èmi kẹ̀ mi
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mà
síbẹ̀ o.
àti bàbá wa l'Ógbómọ̀ṣọ́.
Oh gosh.
I need so many co-hosts torí èmi fẹ́ japa.
All is just to help.
Okay, mọ́mí Àbíkẹ́ kúṣẹ́ o. Ẹ má japa lọ bí kankan o. Ẹ dúró síbi ta lè ti rí yín o.
Mo fẹ́ lọ kírun ni.
Àdúrà àgbà o.
Àmín.
Okay. Ìrun ṣì wà lẹ́yìn àwẹ̀ àgé.
Ọ̀túnba àtẹmọ planet tẹ bìlọ́ǹgì sí.
Wọ́n ṣe à ń gbàdúrà bákan. Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ń gbàdúrà wọn.
Èmi mọ planet Ọ̀túnba.
Ẹ sọ fún wa o, tọ́lọ́rọ̀ wa ò yé wọn báyìí o.
Ọ̀túnba, èmi mọ planet yín o.
Ṣé kìí ṣe ti Latina yẹn?
Mo rò pé yẹn.
Má bá wọn dá sí o.
Ṣé mi ní kí n má bá wọn dá sí àbí?
Èmi náà ni má bá yín dá sí.
Àwọn màmá yẹn má bá wọn dá sí o.
Torí tí Ọ̀túnba bá máa yọ sí wọn báyìí. Àwa ara wa ní mọ̀ bá. Àwa ara wa ní mọ̀ bá o. Ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣètò ara wa. Olúgbọ́n ó dọwọ́ rẹ.
Gèlè olóòtú yìí ó ń já wáyà o.
Túlẹ̀ yìí kọ́.
Gèlè yìí ó ń já wáyà o.
Olúgbọ́n yìí ó dọwọ́ rẹ. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Ìbàdàn nílé Olúyọ̀lé, ẹ kú délé bàbá wa o, ẹkùn lọ.
Bàbá wo nìyẹn o?
Bàbá Ọmọlólú Ṣówẹ̀mí mọ́. Ọmọ Ọ̀ráṣíò Olúnlọ́yọ̀ nìbàdàn nílé Olúyọ̀lé. Bàbá mathematician.
Oh Lord.
Bàbá tí wọ́n fi gbogbo ọpọlọ ṣe ìṣirò pátápátá. Ará àdúgbò wa ni o, ẹ rí i pé gbogbo àwọn ọmọ tó wá látòkè odò ọpọlọ wọn pé Òkè Odò nìbàdàn nílé Olúyọ̀lé. Ẹ má gbàgbé pé ibẹ̀ ni Pẹ̀ǹkẹ̀lẹ̀mẹ́sì ti wá. Èèbó Pẹ̀ǹkẹ̀lẹ̀mẹ́sì tó já sílẹ̀ láti ọpọlọ rẹ̀. Èèbó ń kọ̀ kò kúrò nílẹ̀ mọ́ láyé. Ní nǹkan tó lé ní 100 ọdún. Àwọn ọmọ Òkè Odò ọpọlọ wọn pé. So Olúnlọ́yọ̀ lọ. Bàbá ọ̀mọ̀wé Ọmọlólú Olúnlọ́yọ̀.
Àwọn tó máa ń sọ pé wọ́n gbọ́ ọpọlọ nìyẹn mo fún àtọ̀ ní up to about a year or 2 years ago tí bàbá bá sì pé tá a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí wọ́n sì mọ 17 times 17 times 17 wọ́n yìí mọ gbogbo mathematics yẹn off head ni wọ́n dẹ̀ yìí mọ àwọn ìwé tó máa recommend pé o máa ní láti lọ kàwé o máa ní láti ti gbogbo ìwé yẹn wí so àwọn yẹn gbọ́ ọpọlọ ni ọpọlọ wọn ò jọba kan tó kú so kọ́lọ́run tó fi gbé wọn sáfẹ́fẹ́ rí.
Èmi tiẹ̀ wá máa ń wò pé irú àwọn bá òun kí ló dé tí à lè clone wọn ni. Ẹ̀yin oní sáyẹ́ǹsì tẹ wà ọ̀nà wo la lè fi ọpọlọ wọn pamọ́ tá a tún fi sórí ẹlòmíì.
Iye òde ìṣòro lọ́wọ́ àwọn Chinese àtàwọn Japanese.
Ọ̀túnba la máa bí nìyẹn ò torí àwọn náà wá káàkiri àgbáyé kò síbi kọ́ńtì tán tí ì lọ.
Ọlọ́run ṣe lọ́ọ̀yà mi wà around so.
Náírà ní kẹ́bi ṣe charges yín o ẹ má lo hard currency.
Ẹ dákun àwọn amòye torí mo tọrọ àforíjìn lọ́wọ́ àwọn olùdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àwọn àlejò wa pàtàkì tó jẹ́ kọ́kàn mi ó balẹ̀ pé ìkànnù amòye Yorùbá jọ ní Yorùbá Gbòde náà ni tó màmá yèyé Ọmọfọlábọ̀ Àjàyí Ṣóyínká àwọn ti wọlé tipẹ́tipẹ́ àwọn èyí ṣe late comer mo ò léètì ríjọ́ mo ti mọ̀ wọ́n ẹnìkan léètì ó tún léètì ńjọ́ ìgbéyàwó rẹ̀.
Wọ́n ní kò lè pẹ́ láyé ni.
Kó lè bá pẹ́ láyé ni ẹ ṣe yèyé. Ẹ dákun bàbá Adébóyè ṣe ti wà ní.
Ẹ kú pàdé àná mà.
tó mò ń wá bàbá Adébóyè.
ọmọ àjọ ìnísí
àwọn gan ni a bá kẹ́dùn torí ọ̀rẹ́ gan ni àwọn àti bàbá Olúnlọ́yọ̀ tí wọ́n papòdà. Ẹnìkan ní gèlè mi kìí ṣe tilẹ̀ ẹ sọ lédè Ìjẹ̀ṣà ni kí n tó lè gbà èṣù tilẹ̀
omi já wáyà.
Ẹ ṣeun o a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní náwó lé àwọn bàbá wa tí wọ́n lọ ṣe mọ̀ pé Ìbàdàn kan náà ni wá, Òkè Odò kan náà sì tún ni wá. So a ti ń gbìyànjú láti gbogbo ẹ̀yin ọmọ Ìbàdàn pátá ẹ̀yà jẹ́ á lọ lé o ká lọ mú aṣọ. Bàbá Ọ̀sán kú, ó kù ọjọ́ díẹ̀ kí wọ́n pé 100 ọdún ní ọ̀mọ̀wé olóyè Ọmọlolú Ṣówẹ̀mímọ́ Olúnlọ́yọ̀ ni wọ́n papòdà láyé hypertension. Ìbéèyàn bá ṣe ẹ̀wá kìíní, ẹ̀wá kejì, ẹ̀wá kẹta, ìkẹrin, ìkarùn-ún, ìkẹfà, ìkeje, ìkẹjọ, àwọn èèyàn
ọ̀gá nìyá múdà nìyẹn o.
Àwọn èèyàn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn ni ò lè mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ míì ni ò tiẹ̀ lè mú ọ̀bẹ tá a fi ń jẹun. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ẹlẹ́dàá. Mo ń dúró de bàbá Adébóyè. Mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa. Today we're going to speak English because of the importance of the topic that we are dealing with today. We wanted to give the speakers the opportunity to be able to express themselves to a larger audience. They can speak Yoruba. All of them are Yoruba speakers, but we wanted that opportunity for them so they would be able to reach a larger audience. The first thing, like I used to do, is to introduce myself. My name is Shola Yusuf. On behalf of Yoruba Gbode team, including my Amoye, the 3 wise men, and the wise woman, Mama Omofolabade Aishoyinka, I would like to welcome you to this special edition of Yoruba Gbode. I keep saying it that when I send the flyer, please try to share the flyer. Let's share the flyer. We were here about a week or 2 ago when somebody was expressing his happiness about Yoruba Gbode, and he clearly told us that he feels so proud that this is like a Yoruba people's project. So once again, those of us who always come every Sunday, we make it a point of duty to be here. I'm very grateful. I thank you. Please, it's very important that we share this news, we share this message, so that we have many people to come and drink from this fountain of knowledge and wisdom every Sunday. I am very proud of everybody that has made effort to make sure that Yoruba Gbode is stays alive. I want to recognize my my Adele Olotu, who is here, is always here. Alàgbà Ọ̀túnba ní àgbàlagbà oyè. Ọ̀túnba Ọlábọ̀dé.
Ó yẹ kí wọ́n ti dìbò táwọn Ọ̀túnba ń sìn yóò kẹjẹ́ ká ṣọ́ra ká. Àwọn Ọ̀túnba sì tẹ́bà kówó ta ní porúkọ wọn tán bá dìgbà ní high table o.
Ẹ̀yin náà mọ̀ kówó ta, owó ni kẹ̀kẹ́ yìí rere náà.
Ẹ ṣé mà, mo kí gbogbo lé mà, mo kí gbogbo lé o.
Okay, so we're speaking English today.
Okay. Yeah. I greet gbogbo lé. Kí ni gbogbo lé òbí?
So Olunloyo is okay. Before I go there, let me introduce my the Amoyes. After I introduce I want to introduce Baba Muyewa, my own dear Egbon, who refuse to grow old, except that the brain is growing old, not old in that way. the wisdom is getting more and more and more and more. Èmi ò ríru bí tí èmi ò ríru ẹ̀rí o. Èmi ò ríru ẹ̀rí. Tá a bá dàgbà yógun jà. But bàbá Moyewa ìgbà tí wọ́n dàgbà ogun pọ̀ sí nítorí pé Ẹlẹ́dàá fún wọn ní ọpọlọ. Almighty God gave him this brain and wisdom. And then apart from that, when you look at Baba Adeboye, can you say it's I don't know where he get the what is Ajidewe? The Ajidewe is working for him.
Exuberance.
Baba, I'm very happy to welcome you to another edition of Yoruba Gbode. I'm delighted to see you here. Ẹ káàbọ̀.
Ẹ kú wájú ẹ ṣeun. Ọlọ́run fẹ́ràn yín o.
Àṣẹ o.
Well, iṣẹ́ tí gbogbo tó dùn àrùn gbogbo wa kọ́lọ̀ ń jẹ́ kárí jẹ́.
Àṣẹ.
Ara rẹ̀ ni ọ̀rọ̀ tá a sọ lónìí lórí ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Ọmọlólú Olúlọ́yọ̀. So nígbà tá a bá débẹ̀ máa fi kún.
Okay.
Ẹ gbogbo wa ẹ káàbọ̀ ẹ kú ìjókòó kọ́lọ̀ jẹ́ kárí nǹkan tá à ń wá. Ẹ ṣé.
Àṣẹ o bàbá. Baba said, oh.
Sorry, ma. I was going to say the Ajidewe is the vigor, the vitality, the exuberance, the vibrancy.
The passion.
Anything in between.
And the passion and the love.
Yeah. Rí ẹ pé gbogbo wa la ní lára.
Àwọn kan wà matured, Baba.
Ní àná, our meeting kan, èmi ò dá wọn mọ̀ mọ́ because they too look younger than expected. Torí. So mo kí bàbá ẹ kú pàdé àná àti Madam Ajayi.
Yeah.
Pàdé àná mà.
Bàbá, ẹ̀yin náà ti ń bọ̀ tún bá lọ Island ẹ̀ kí
wọ́n. Island kí wọ́n lọ o. Èmi mọ̀ pàdé tí wọ́n lọ o. Baba also mentioned it that this is the job given to us by Oòduà that we must do.
We must do. Mm-hmm.
And then I always say, iṣẹ́ tí a rán gún kì í pa gún. You remember when they asked Igun to take the ebo, the sacrifice to the place, you know, the story was there was a time when there was serious famine, no rain, no food, everything was dry. They sent every different animals. They were not successful to deliver the message, to be able to take the sacrifice to Olodumare. It was Igun who was able to do it. Even though it was tough for him, it was very, very big job. He came back alive. And Yoruba will say, Iṣẹ́ tá a rán gún kì í pa gún. Agbègbè òdiwọ̀nràn nìkan náà tó ṣiṣẹ́ jẹ́ ló forí gbọta. Láṣẹ Olódùmarè, iṣẹ́ tí Oòduà rán wa kò ní pa wá o.
Àmín o.
So, I am going to go to Baba Logbomoso. Baba Logbomoso find it easy to use Egbe or Kanako. I don't know. He told me the one he was using. Baba, is it Egbe or Kanako?
Egbe.
Or the two of them combined?
Don't you get in?
Baba Logbomoso. Which one?
Ó depend lórí ibi tí n bá ń lọ. Tó bá jẹ́ Caribbean, ọ̀tọ̀ lèyí tí màá lò. Tó bá jẹ́
ìgbà tẹ́ wá bá mi last time Egbe lẹ́sẹ̀ pẹ̀lú.
Kánà kò á reduce journey ni. All of the above.
Oh, so èmi tí ẹ rò pé ó kọjá ìmọ̀ ọmọdé àbí obìnrin àtẹ̀yìntọ̀ bíi tèmi ni. But I'm very, very happy to see you here. ẹyẹ kì í fò kó forí
forí
sọ
sọgi bẹ́ẹ̀ ni
àtàlọ
ọpẹ́
àtàbọ̀ Elédùmarè yóò máa pamọ́ o láṣẹ
àmì
Olúwa.
àṣẹ àmì
Ẹ
àṣẹ.
kí àwọn èèyàn kí wọ́n mọ̀ pẹ́yìn ni wọn ò ní fẹ́ lomi ìṣe yín láṣẹ Elédùmarè.
Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀, èmi náà ni. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀, a kú ìsinmi ọjọ́ òní o. A kú aráfẹ́rakù ti olóyè ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Ọmọlúlú Olúnlọ́yọ̀. Èmi náà rí kanu pépà láàárọ̀ yìí. Ó báyàn nínú jẹ́ bàbá lọ síbi tágbàárẹ̀ náà ni. A dúpẹ́ fún gbogbo iṣẹ́ ribiribi tí wọ́n gbé ṣe. A dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ àwọn olùkọ́ wa lónìí tó máa sọ fún wa nípa ọ̀rọ̀ tó máa bá wa ṣèyànnàná ọ̀rọ̀
Bẹ́ẹ̀
láàrin
bá lè fi Gẹ̀ẹ́sì kún torí Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ni àwọn olùkọ́ wa ó sọ
ẹ
lónìí.
ṣeun, we welcome all our panel members, the speakers, and we are really going to be very attentive, listening to how you will dissect this Akpabio Natasha issue, because it's something, if you go to Nigeria today, I don't think there is any issue that gains prominence like this one. So we are waiting for Mama Omofolabo Soyinka, Ìyàwó Ìbàdàn, Madam Tinu Akinshola, and our third speaker to come and dissect this issue for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baba Logbomoso, Engineer Baba Oyetunde Bankole Thomas. Thank God. So, Olúnlọ́yọ̀, bí awo bá kú á sìnkú awo, ọ̀gbẹ̀rì ni ó ṣòro lẹ́yìn ọ̀gbẹ̀rì, àwa ni a ṣe òkú ẹni re. Olúnlọ́yọ̀ was born several years ago, few days to 90. Few days to 90. He has been everywhere. He's been known everywhere. We know him everywhere. Remember, he was a former governor in Oyo State. He was a mathematics teacher for many, many years. He worked in different organizations, different public places where people enjoyed his service and his knowledge. I don't know him, but thank God, Baba Adeboye knows him very, very well. Baba Adeboye, Ekudele, Ekwara Feraku. Baba Adeboye, I'm going to give you the opportunity, please. I want you. Ẹ dákun ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ tí ń bá pa yín lẹ́nu mọ́ ẹ lè mọ́ lè sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ kódà ńgbà tá a bá fẹ́ gbóhùn yín. So I am taking this opportunity to also welcome my very dear sister, one of the alátìlẹ́yìn Yoruba Gbode. She never leave us. Alhaja Zainab Lanlokun, my dear sister, ẹ kújọ́ mẹ́ta o. Gbogbo lè ń kọ́ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa, àwọn ọ̀dọ́ langba wa ń kọ́, àárí bá ti ṣe àárọ̀ náà gbégbà. Baba Adeboye is here. We're very happy that even though, you know, he's been a colleague and it's something like, you know, ara feraku for him. Baba is here. Baba, ekabo, ekudele, ekwara feraku. What can you tell us about that brainy human being? Baba, ex-governor, Ọ̀mọ̀wé, olóyè Agbaoyè ní Ìbàdàn, Ọmọlólú Olúnlọ́yọ̀. Baba, you are not somebody decide to mute you. It's not me. Ọ̀túnba, ẹ bá mi tú bàbá sílẹ̀ o.
Yeah, okay.
Àti ń gbọ́ yín.
Àti ń gbọ́ yín, sir.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ kú iṣẹ́, kọ́lọ́run ó fi sẹ́yìn gbogbo wa. Ọjọ́ tí kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe lè pẹ́ láyé tó tí a ní mọ́ gbàdúrà pé kọ́lọ́run bùn lẹ́mìí. Generally, kí n tó mọ Ọmọlúlú Olúlọ́yọ̀, I was about 40 years old or 30 years old. So kì í ṣe ṣùgbọ́n túbọ̀ ni mo ti mọ̀ wọ́n. Ìgbà tí bàbá wọn kú ní 1948, wọ́n wá lọ sí gbọ̀ngàn torí ẹ̀gbọ́n bàbá wọn ò ní àlùfáà àjọ fún St. Paul's African Church ní gbọ̀ngàn nígbà yẹn. So gbọ̀ngàn ni wọ́n wà ní Ọmọlúlú wà nígbà tí wọ́n gbà sí Government College Ìbàdàn. Èmi ọmọdé ni mí gbà yẹn ní 1948 mi ò tiẹ̀ mi ti jẹ́ anybody. So ọ̀rọ̀ wa tóbi 10 years later, ìgbà tí wọ́n gbà wọ́n sí Government College, gbogbo gbọ̀ngàn ló rock around pé school ìgbà àwo tòró ni the first person tí wọ́n máa gbà sí Government College láti gbọ̀ngàn Ọmọlúlú Olúlọ́yọ̀ ni.
Kí wọ́n wá dé gbọ̀ngàn.
Mo ti ṣàlàyé ìgbà tí bàbá Ọmọlúlú kú 1948. Ó wá lọ gbé ọ̀dọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n bàbá ẹ̀ tó ń ṣàlùfáà ní gbọ̀ngàn, tó ń ṣàlùfáà ní African Church gbọ̀ngàn. Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi? Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi?
À ń gbọ́.
Wọ́n lọ ṣe so 1948 yẹn wọ́n kúrò ní Ìbàdàn, wọ́n lọ sí ọ̀dọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n bàbá rẹ̀ tó ń ṣàlùfáà ìjọ African Church Anglican CMS Church St. Paul's. Ibẹ̀ ni wọ́n ń gbé lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n bàbá wọn. Wọ́n dẹ̀ lọ sí school níbẹ̀. So school tí wọ́n ń lọ dẹ̀ ní gbogbo ayé sì mọ Ọmọlúlú. Àwọn contemporary wọn fi mọ̀. Ìgbà yẹn ni wọ́n wá ṣèdánwò sí Government College tí wọ́n gbà wọ́n síbẹ̀. So mo ṣe sọ pé Ọmọlúlú was the first ọmọ gbọ̀ngàn to go to Government College. I mean, kí nìyẹn ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú mi? For the next several years, there was only one other person tí wọ́n gbà láti gbọ̀ngàn lọ sí Government College Ìbàdàn. Then it came my time. Wọ́n bá gba mẹ́ta lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀. Àwa mẹ́ta ni wọ́n gbà láti gbọ̀ngàn lọ sí Government College 1957. So bàbá mi dẹ̀ ní kò sí owó tí òun fi rán mi lọ sí school níbẹ̀ yẹn. So wàhálà dé. Kápá pírí ọ̀rẹ́ àbúrò wọn kan ní bàbá, mo gbọ́ pé wọ́n gbọ́ ọmọ wa síbí báyìí. Ní bàbá níbo ló ti rówó kíní kẹsẹ̀ rẹ̀ ni ẹni yẹn wá sọ fún. Ẹni yẹn was the leader of the NCNC ní gbọ̀ngàn yẹn, J.B. Williams. Ọmọ wọn ni Bayo Williams tó ṣe professor ní Ilé-Ifẹ̀ ní University of Ife. Anyway, so ni bàbá Williams bá sọ pé bàbá ọmọ yẹn gbọ́dọ̀ so meanwhile kó tó di pé wọ́n sọ pé school Adélabú ni àwọn teacher, àwọn headmaster, àwọn oríṣiríṣi èèyàn tí wọ́n bá pàdé bàbá ní lórí títí wọn ní school Ọmọlúlú, bàbá mi ti jẹ́ Ọmọlúlú. But níjọ́ tí wọ́n sọ pé school Adélabú ni bàbá ní ọmọ yẹn gbọ́dọ̀ lọ fáwọn á lọ wá owó yẹn. So between Adélabú and Ọmọlúlú, they came into my life in a very serious fashion in 1957. But when I got to Government College, of course, Ọmọlúlú was not in the country at that time. So eventually he came back in 1961 with a PhD in mathematics at the age of 26. And what did he do? He came to Government College not long after I came back to an assembly that was created for him to present anyway, he came. And that's when I first heard from him. A whole bunch of us heard from him a lecture in our assembly hall that says, what? Problems in mathematics. So out of the problem to mention in 1961, 62, I don't remember whether it's late 61 or early 62, I was calling Ibadan today to see if my friend Jibola can remember. But principally, those problems, many of them are still unsolved. I am so sorry that he passed, because I wanted to discuss some of that with him 60, 70 years after the fact. But that's okay. Who is Omalolu Oluloyo?
Yes.
Malolu was an extremely brilliant guy. Very, very brilliant, very knowledgeable, very quick thinking, and of course, Omar Badani, so also very, very sharp-tongued. But the important part for me is that he was one person, at least in my childhood, that you want to emulate because of what I call, which I have since found in other people, but which I found in him first, especially for a black man, what I call intellectual audacity. He never pushed anything past himself or anybody else on the basis of origin or color or this or that. It was a very bold, assertive person. Many people, it was that good. Let me just put it that way. Of course, I disagreed with him, and to his face, some steps that he took later, but the pressure on him to be relevant may have cheated him of some lines of achievement different from politics. When he came back, he was teaching at University of Ife. Politics was hot and heavy in Western region because in 1962, by May of 1962, we were already in trouble. A state of emergency had already been declared in Western region with Koyi Majekodunmi as the appointed emergency leader of Western region. And it wasn't long after he was appointed that he chose to appoint commissioners. The commissioners he was appointing, guess what? This young man who had barely spent a year in Nigeria with his PhD, they made him a commissioner in the Majekodunmi government of Western region. That was very annoying to me because the promise in mathematics that was right there at his doorstep, if he wasn't distracted by politics, he was not going to be able to fulfill that now because he was going to be, he was only 26. I mean, I think he was only 26 in 1962, at least at the time he was being appointed. So I said to myself, my God, why would this be his lot? I wish it wasn't. I think there was a potential for him to put our land and people on the world map of mathematics, and we needed that. And his intellectual audacity showed that was possible. Okay. So the fact that you found such kind of audacity from people in Ibadan just made it doubly sweet. I mean, I'm not saying it was exclusive, but it was certainly something that a young person like me was hoping for. 6 months later, by January of '63, the period of being a commissioner was over. He returned to University of Ife. But we also had issues, of course. Even though I'd like a lot about him, he was not a member of the UPP or UP, whatever you call the party that Chief Akitola formed after breaking away from the Action Group in January of '63. Well, I was a die-hard Action Group guy. So what to do? But he didn't. The one thing I admired about him, he knew that I was Action Group, and it was a hot PDP. But that didn't stop me and my friends like Jibola Ogushola from visiting him and eating him out in his own house and arguing with him until we say, Adeboye, this is my house, so you cannot be talking like that. You have to get out. And I would say, this place belongs to the University of Ibadan. Something on loan to you. And until Madam tells me to get out, I'm going to stay. It was that's the kind of person he was. Had the Omode again. Who was I to be able to talk back at him, except that he allowed the same kind of argumentative posture that he was eminently capable of. He was allowing it in his younger associates, almost like he was racing us to be bold. That was Modulu Oluloyo. And then that went on. And unfortunately, by January 1966, there was another political mess in Nigeria. It became the coup that toppled what's his name? But Baliwa government was quickly followed within 6 months by another coup that toppled Aguironsi. And it killed Governor Fajui. And that's after that Adebayo was appointed governor. And guess what? Adebayo picked Oluloyo, created commissioners, picked Oluloyo, and made him commissioner of economic planning and community development. So, he started out as, in any case, to cut a long story short, for the people of Western Nigeria, that was a plus. Young man in the position of authority and whatever. For me as an individual, that was a minus. Why? Again, he had moved from University of Ife to become a senior lecturer at University of Ibadan. In fact, in my last year at University of Ibadan, I took a course called Abstract Algebra. He was the one who taught it. Galois theory, the way mathematics stretched rapidly in the 17th, 18th century, he mastered it. He taught it. He taught it with understanding. He made mathematics, of course, he made mathematics even more attractive. And then all of a sudden, this military governor snatched him and put him in the Rita Mefa, and then they start doing things that don't have anything to do with mathematics. I mean, I was really personally upset about that, but what can I do? I think what happened is that when you have a degree of success, which he had a lot of, the community from which you came out wants to put everything on you. So it seems like the people of, let's say, your state, or what became your state, Ibadan, or your people who speak your like me, that they want everything. That kind of thing, and that's what happened to him. But over and above everything, I want to accentuate the positive. He brought ideas from abroad about what school education should contain. It was when he was commissioner for education, he was running all over the whole place, stopping the principals and teachers from administering corporal punishments to students, headmasters and elementary school headmasters. So it was really after them. I thought that was good in his own way, but I also worried about replacement of corporal punishment with what? Because I'm everything we just no control. In fact, like a young, our ọlọ́pẹ, NCNC, no common sense, no control. But typically, a child is waiting to be disciplined. If you cannot physically remind him or her about the responsibility, what is the substitute? I didn't see much of that. Now, there was a guy in Ibadan, African Church School, Ibadan, who was the headmaster of the school. His name was F.O. Awokoya. Not Adekoya. Why would I call him Awokoya? Adekoya was my primary one teacher in Gbọ̀ngán in 1951. Adekoya had as much impact in my life as Ilesemi Ojo in Standard 3. Adekoya left Gbọ̀ngán at the end of 1951, and I never saw him again until 1954 when he came as and then he became headmaster of this African school in Gbọ̀ngán in Ibadan by the time Oluloyo became commissioner. So Oluloyo wa lọ bá Adekoya máa ń nàyàn lẹ́gbàá definitely in 1951, but Adekoya was not ẹni tó nàyàn lẹ́gbàá. That wasn't the definition of him. The definition of Adekoya was that in 1951, he divided my primary one class into 3 sections. He was teaching 3 classes in one. My segment of the class, Adekoya taught us English, arithmetic, geography, IG, nature study, fractions, decimal, percentages, everything in the world. That's Adekoya. Baba yẹn ga 6'3". Tó bá ṣe á gbé láti ilẹ̀ tó wà, á sọ díẹ̀ di gángan, á dẹ̀ lẹ́gbàá. That was part of his characteristic to get class control. We were afraid of that, so we behaved. If you remove that possibility, how teachable was Adekoya successfully taught 3 classes in one. Total number of people in the class was 50. My segment of it was 14. All 14 of us at the end of the school year in December took the promotion examinations with the standard ones kids of that time. We took it in English, we took it in math, we took it in religious instruction. And then by taking that exam, 7 of us were doubly promoted. That was a teacher in the early 1950s. Olúlọ́yọ̀ wa lọ bá bàbá yìí ó ní ó dọ̀tí ẹ̀ torí bó ṣe náà ẹ̀ lẹ́gbàá kó halẹ̀ mọ́. That's the way to put that. So kí ni ẹ yọ nínú newspaper mo yà lọ bá mo ní ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ fi bàbá yẹn dẹ o. Ó ní kí ni mo ní fi bàbá wo lẹ̀. You shouldn't be doing that. I'm ní well. I don't know where you got the idea, and I don't know that it is wrong. I wouldn't want to be caned if I can avoid it. But do you have a substitute for what he should be doing to get order in class? Adeboye, do you have anything positive to say about him? Otherwise, get out of my house. But yes, I have something positive to say about him. So I rehearsed what I just told you all about 1951. He said, but I wasn't a witness. I was a subject in the class. Then he said, okay, so what mathematics did he teach you that you really believe? When he, listen to this, it was you who introduced the word base into my mathematics consciousness in the university. Only yes. In modern algebra. Only yes. Only can you imagine that in primary 1, because I had been selling all kinds of things on the street, it was 12 pennies in the shilling, 20 shillings in the pound, and so on and so forth, shifting basis. When I got to elementary school, and Adekoya will put 37 plus 44, I will convert it into shillings and pence and add, and then convert it back into the way he wanted it. Until he caught me almost 6 months after the fact. He was almost making everything perfect until he asked me to come and explain it, and I started talking shillings and pence, and he was upset because I wasn't doing the way he wanted. And then dragged me to his house and showed me, quote unquote, the error of my ways. And then I said, okay, I will do it the way you want. He said, oh, no, me of a call back, babe. I think I had me of a call back, babe. I'm feet and inches and what have you. Shift him from this to that. Kukweni base, university. But it was base arithmetic. 12 hours, 24 hours in a day. 28 days in a month. Shifting bases like that is a major study in mathematics at the undergraduate level. But Adekoya to primary 1 recognized that the shifting basis was not it wasn't bad mathematics, it was just not what he was teaching at that time, and that there was nothing wrong with shifting basis. Not mathematically wrong, but not customary for elementary school. Olúlọ́yọ̀ never went back to that school to harass Adekoya. So it was a model of rectitude. I mean, then àrùn tó fi sí mi lára is the last thing I'm going to mention. Akíodù Olówu, Fọlábí Babalọ́lá, Jíbọ́lá Ògúnṣọlá, èmi, we, maybe because we were all, well, first of all, Jíbọ́lá and Jíbọ́lá Ògúnṣọlá was somewhat related. They grew up together. I mean, I didn't say they grew up together. It was the reason, it was the Okofa to he cultivated us. We'll be talking mathematics at his dining table. he seemed invested in the growth of young people. He didn't put himself above us. I mean, he would joke about get out of my house, but more about and then the rest of them will jump on him for Malaman. So principally, he was our protector intellectually. And if you want to ape anything, it was something to ape. So when I became a lecturer, I tried to be to my own students what Ululoyo and Olubunma of who was the head of the department, what they were to me. They gave me and my contemporaries the sense of responsibility that everybody is important. I was using the same expression yesterday about Awolowo. When you find when you know what to yes, even to ọmọdé gbọ́n àgbàgbọ́n la fi dálẹ̀ ilẹ̀ ìgbọ̀ngàn ni wọ́n sọ àbí ilẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ ni wọ́n wí gbà but principally he invested emotionally in our growth and development. No matter what anybody had to say outside in politics, Oluloyo inside politics was not. I mean, outside politics within community was worthy of emulation. The last time I saw him face to face was in Ibadan, about 2004. Egbe Omo Yoruba people were visiting and were looking for support for Yoruba House in Washington. And some people gave us a reception in Lagos. And the governor of Oyo State at that time, Rashidi Oladoja, invited us to come and meet him in the office in his office in Ibadan. When I say us, I'm talking about Segun Gbadegesin, Rocco Shekoni, myself, and I don't remember who else. I think it was just the three of us. Anyway, when we eventually got into Ladoja's office, remember that Ululoyo used to be governor of Western Region, of Oyo State, for at least 3 months. When we got in there, as we sat down, after waiting in the waiting room for about 3 hours, as we sat down in front of Governor Ladoja, Ululoyo walked in. So Ladoja said, bye, tears of November and that kind of thing. Ululoyo stayed his ground, and Ladoja was flustered. So, but Ululoyo didn't notice who are the people in the room until I got up. I said, Professor Shalafiani. Adeboye. So I cornered him, pushed him to one corner of the office so that Gbadegesin and Shekoni, and there may have been another person, can continue conferencing with the governor on what it is that we were doing and wanted. And then at the end of that day, Ladoja protested. He said, at his office with the conference room. So Ululoyo said, before Ululoyo could answer that, because I didn't want anything, I said, Governor, I saw Professor Ululoyo. This is almost Begandele. Then Ladoja said, Begabo, this is the first Began son to go to government college by the close of that, and we all laughed about that. Ululoyo laughed about. But principally, what I'm saying is that our generation one, what that be any to need growth and development of the youth. I will always remember him in that form. One trust, and I hope I haven't talked too much, but that's unless people have questions. That is the Ululoyo I know. He contributed to my own way of thinking. there was a guy Bertrand Russell, Bertrand Arthur William Russell in England, a philosopher, mathematician, everything. Perhaps somebody that Oluloyomi have patterned his whole career after. He introduced Russell's work to my contemporaries, especially Jibola Ogunsola and myself. We read not all, couldn't. Enough of Russell's book to know the philosophy of mathematics, the philosophy of everyday life, religion, and this and that. If there's anything, he did that. And Oluloyo introduced us to that. Oluloyo was not afraid to develop youth. In fact, it was his pride so to do. Thank you.
Baba, I'm not going to go to questions or comments after what Baba said. We are going to go to the topic that we had in the originally. But when we get to question, we will do the question generally or comment generally. For those of you who want to make comment about what Baba said about late Olunloyo, please just keep it somewhere. We are going to be talking about late Chief Omololu Sowemima Olunloyo. I have something to say with him because I was working at BCOS at the time when he became the governor, and he was there for 3 months. And the earth rolled when he came, but thank God I am Oma Okeodo. So I wasn't one of the earths that rolled at that time. So we're going to talk about that if we have time at the end of the program. What we are talking about today is about women, sexual harassment. What is sexual harassment? Was it something that we knew as Yoruba? I want the Amoye to keep this in their left hands because so that they will be able to make comments about that. So we're talking about sexual harassment. And when we hear sexual harassment, women are always the victims. Why? I'm going to introduce my guest. They're very knowledgeable. The first person that I'm going to introduce is Yeye Omofolabo Ajayi Soyinka. Before I introduce her, I want to take this opportunity to apologize that we started with something else. That is broadcasting, so you will forgive me. If we cannot wait till next week before we talk about Baba Olunloyo, he died today. And if I have to wait till next week, it will become an obsolete news. So that is why we took care of that. So please forgive me, our honorable guests, speakers who were here, and then I couldn't go to you straight. Now the first person that I'm going to introduce is also Amoye Yoruba. Yeyewa. She has been with Yoruba Gbode for a long time. She is a professor with a lot of knowledge. Not that alone, she's an activist. Because Yeye Omofolabo Ajayi Soyinka took part during the time of Nadeko. And they said, Baba Dagba Yogunja, àwọn ṣì ń jagun with writings, with everything. She is still working very hard, to the point that if you are a Yoruba woman, or you are a scholar, or whatever you are, and you see what she does, you will be proud of her. I'm very happy to introduce Mama Professor Omofolabo Ajayi Soyinka as a guest speaker today. Mama, you are welcome to Yoruba Gbode again. Onílé nìyẹn kì í ṣàlejò, so.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be here. And unfortunately, I'm not always able to be here every Sunday because I have what I call permanent conflicts on Sundays.
Yeah. Oh, you are. Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. So the second person who is our guest speaker, she's also Onile too. She is the Amòfin Yoruba Gbode. We have Amoye Yoruba Gbode, and we also have Amòfin Yoruba Gbode. That is why you will know that Yoruba Gbode is a different platform because we are blessed. More importantly, she's a Yoruba, so nothing can go wrong. I'm very happy to introduce Madam Lawyer Tinu Akinshola, who is also our guest speaker and permanently our Amòfin on Yoruba Gbode. You are welcome to this program.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, Mama Yusuf. Thank you, everyone. Mommy Omofolabo Ajayi Soyinka, it's a pleasure to have you here. You have a prominent conflict on Sundays. Try being me on weekends, prominent conflicts, but every now and then I just try as much as possible to be here. May God bless all of you, our fathers and mothers, uncles, aunties, all of you that find time, to have your effect felt positively in the community. And when I say community, the Yoruba community, wherever and whenever you can pull yourself off of your busy schedule, we too much appreciate you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. That I'm going to introduce. She's not a guest, because if I call the other people Onile, then I can say she's Onile. Why? Because she is she's a veteran broadcaster. And the fact that this was started by a broadcaster, so she's not Alejo. And more importantly, she has been with us on Yoruba Gbode as a speaker at least one or two occasions. Olori Modupe Ola Lipede, who has been with us, she came on as a veteran broadcasters who, and broadcasters, we don't die, we don't give up, we don't retire. We are always there. I'm very, very happy to introduce Olori Modupe Lipede to this forum again as a guest. Olori, ẹ káàbọ̀. Gbọ́ yín ẹ dákun ẹ bá mi unmute.
Please unmute yourself. You still need to unmute yourself, madam.
I did.
Okay,
I did.
okay.
I just did.
No, she's gone through. Okay, that's fine.
Hello to good afternoon, good evening, Eku Joko, everybody. Thank you so much for having me on today. I'm happy to be here.
Eshe, thank you so much. We are very happy to have you. So today we are talking about what is going on. We are talking about primarily what it is when we say harassment, sexual harassment for women. Because most of the time when I say sexual harassment, we don't even have to hard for women. When we say sexual harassment, people know that it is women who are the victims. Women are the victims. So that is why I have our able women here. I have introduced that Olori Lipede Modupeola is has been in broadcasting for many years. Professor Omofolabo Ajayi Soyinka is a professor of gender studies, sexuality, and also she's also a professor of theater. Okay, so also we have the lawyer here, lawyer Tinu Ade Akinshola. When everything go around, it goes to the lawyer. All these things. So I'm very happy that she's able to join us. So we are going to start with the women. And Olori Lipede is going to talk to us for, I have to time them so that it won't be like we are shifting, or we are shifting attention more to one guest than the other. So I'm going to start with Olori Lipede. She is going to talk to us about women. Who are women? They must be important. So she's going to talk to us for about 5-7 minutes, and then I will go to Mama Omofolabo Ajayi Soyinka. You are welcome, Olori.
Thank you so much, Yeye. Thank you for having me on the program again. I'm sending out 4 questions in the chat that I would like for us to kind of ponder on while I'm going over this. So today I'm going to be talking specifically about an incident that is ongoing in the Nigerian Senate. That's what my discussion is going to be focused on. So I titled this Justice and Gender in Nigerian Politics. And this has to do with the case of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. And this is Natasha versus the Senate President, and the Senate President is Godwill Akpabio. So the definition of sexual harassment, which I want to say this is textbook, but it varies depending on your source. Is unwelcome sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, and other verbal or physical conduct of sexual nature that creates a hostile or offensive environment. And it could come in different forms. It can include inappropriate comments, touching, coercing, or retaliation for rejecting advances. It's important to note that it is never the woman's fault. Sexual harassment is about abuse of power, not appearance, clothing, or behavior. In other words, it doesn't matter what the woman is wearing. It doesn't matter how she walked in front of the person. It really doesn't matter. I want to tell us a little bit about who Miss Natasha is so we can understand her background. Her father is from Ebira in Nigeria, and her mother is Ukrainian. She is a lawyer. She has a law degree from University of Abuja. She also has an LLM from University of Dundee, Scotland. She advocates for reform and she's a social entrepreneur. She's a founder of Builders Hub Impact investment program. She's married to Chief Uduaga, and she's a mother of 3 children. So as far as politics is concerned, she was elected to the Senate representing Kogi Central in 2023. She's a key figure in steel sector reform and national development. And she's been doing that for a while, even before she came into the Senate. She is one of only 4 female senators in the Nigerian Senate out of 109 members. So they have 4 women and 105 men represented in the Senate. And she recently overcame a recall by our constituents, which occurred after she was suspended from the Senate. Now, the accusation came to light on March 29, 2025. And she's accusing the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, of sexual harassment and misuse of power. Now, when this issue was brought to light, instead of actually focusing on the issue, what they were focusing on was the fact that Senator Natasha's beauty was distracting. And this was stated on the House floor. Beauty was distracting them in the chamber. They are not talking about the actual issue that she brought, to light. So the ethics committee within the Senate dismissed the petition that Senator Natasha submitted, claiming improper submission. There's more to that, which is she signed it, she wasn't supposed to sign it. Just based on technicality, it was dismissed. And so rather than investigate, the committee recommended suspension. She was suspended for 6 months. All her security details were also suspended, despite the fact that within the Senate, there was recommendation to actually suspend her for 3 months, but they did it for 6 months anyway. And also one thing that I also want to shed light on, the person who is also deciding whether she was suspended or not is the Senate president. So she's been suspended by the person that she's accusing of sexual harassment. So essentially, this person who is being accused is also the juror, and the he is the judge and the juror in his own case. So just make a note of that. I want to take us back to gender inequality in Nigerian politics from a historical perspective. So early 1900, women were restricted to traditional and domestic roles. 1929, I want to cite the Aba Women's Riot, which was a landmark for resistance against colonial and patriarchal structures. Now, 1950 to 1960, we have limited suffrage. Women gained rights to vote in the South, 1954, and then in the North, 1976. And post-independence, they were persistent on underrepresentation in elected positions. Only 4 female senators out of 109. This is a systemic barrier against women, which remains still today. So the challenges that are faced by women in Nigerian politics, one of it is stereotyping and objectification, especially in this case, calling Senator Natasha a distraction. Violence and harassment, which sometimes is physical, sometimes is verbal, towards women. Lack of financial and political backing, cultural and religious barriers, civil society and legal reactions, widespread criticism from women's rights groups and legal associations, call for independent investigation and reversal of suspension, media and social platforms demanding transparency, public discourse and reforming Senate's ethical procedures. So far, Senator Natasha is not keeping quiet. She's doing interviews and she's speaking out. And she is getting attention from international women leadership all over the world. What is at stake here, we have to note, is the Senate's integrity and public trust, gender equity in political representation, legal precedent for handling sexual misconduct in public office, because they have not even addressed the actual issue. They're talking about everything else except for the actual accusation itself. The topic for discussion, I posted that. So when we do get to a point where we can address it, we will get to that. I want to thank you once again for having me on today. I had to rush through this for time constraint. Thank you so much.
Yeah, hello too.
Thank you very much, Madam Olori. Let me call you Olori.
Thank you. I didn't know that I muted myself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
Okay,
thank you so much. Olori Likwede, you have started us very well. You have just woken all of us up to the topic. So Adele Olotu, thank you. I appreciate your help.
You're welcome.
I'm going to call Yeye Omofolabo Ajayi Soyinka to take the floor by, talking to us about this important topic.
Okay.
Yeye.
Yes, ma. Thank you very much, Olotu. Most of the issues have been covered by Olori. So I will try to focus on the underlying power responsible for sexual harassment. Olotu asked earlier on, did sexual harassment exist in Yoruba land among the Yorubas? I don't think I can answer that question straightforward, but rather let me look at the power structure that helps sexual harassment to fester. So, why do we have sexual harassment? What's the evolution of the understanding of sexual harassment? I would say that I try to date it back to the 1950s, that I say, we have presence of girls and women in a new and different public working space. And by this, I'm specifically referring to the post-colonial era, during the colonial era, when the political system then took men away from the Yoruba traditional working space and put them in a different space to be construction people, hewers of carrying water. And of course, so they are away from home and they need food sellers. And the food sellers were the female, young girls or pubescent girls and something, So that's my attempt to say maybe we could trace it to that period at that time. But as a legal recognition, this didn't come until 1975 in the US, for example, and it had to do with feminism and so on. But why do we have sexual harassment, and why does it persist? If it became a legal case in 1975, we're now in 2025, and we're still dealing with it. Well, I say one word: patriarchy. And patriarchy is when a society is organized culturally and politically, where men typically hold the power and women are largely culturally excluded from power. Although there are checks and balances, they are not always totally effective, especially within this power structure. So within the patriarchy, you have power imbalance, you have male entitlements, and then you have women's sexuality. Now, let me explain. Power imbalance. When there is power imbalance, the person with the upper hand does not have to listen to or abide by the complaints, opinions, or wishes of the one with lesser or no power. Then you have male entitlement. With so much power, many men feel entitled to anything. Talo mamumi, who dare question me? I have all the power. Then you have women's sexuality. Women's sexuality is supposed to be controlled under patriarchy and then objectified at the same time. So who is in control also determines what is women's sexuality, how she should dress, how she should appear, makeup, how she should walk, and so on and so forth. Now, proving sexual harassment, I think that has been covered also by the previous speaker, Olori. But the thing is, it is not easy. And we see the different ways in which Natasha Uduagon, Akpoti Uduagon has been treated, where the main issue is sidestepped and men are just talking about power among themselves. Who is responsible, or who is, how did she file her complaint? Then the final one that I would like to talk on is, how do we eradicate sexual harassment? Again, I have a sentence for this. I say, take the boys along. I say, take the boys along with the girls. This is because it's mainly women that have been having this discussion of sexual harassment amongst themselves until it goes to court. But who do we have? How many female lawyers do we have? How many male lawyers do we have? We still have that power imbalance. How many judges are there? We still have, who are male, who are female. But so, take the boys along means that let us create sexual awareness among boys and girls. Let us talk to our sons. Let us talk to our brothers, our fathers. So not just having this discussion amongst ourselves, because if you have this discussion amongst ourselves and we come out and we say, oh, sexual harassment, it's like, we push them against the wall and they are immediately defensive because sometimes they don't even understand what we're talking about, especially when the society or the patriarchal system has told them that, oh, you own the woman's body. You're supposed to control the woman's body. You can do as we have this saying, which is European, but which we have adopted. Oh, boys must sow their wild oats. Where are they supposed to sow the wild oats? Huh? And yet we are telling our girls, be proper, be well behaved. When there is power imbalance, the female is, overpowered. And so that's why we have, so sexual education, sexual harassment, sexual awareness. We also need to create this culture in our societies that we need mutual respect between the genders. Let us recognize that women need respect just as men need respect. And this is important because there's a lot of social media. Men need to be respected, men this, men that. Where are you putting 50% of the population? And finally, because I know my time is going, I advocate that we need meritorious power sharing. When there is the element of power, let us look who is capable, who merits to stay in that position. And let's not say automatically we will consider the men first or consider the female first. What are the merits? Who best qualifies for this position or for this thing that we want to appoint somebody into? Thank you very much. I will stop there.
Thank you, Ma. While we are waiting, I think
thank you so much, Yeye.
Thank you very much.
I am talking. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you, Ma.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Excellent. Thank you. So, thank you so much, Yeye. I really appreciate everything that you have said, and it really sings. There are some things that I want to point to before I call Yeye Olofin to talk to us. One of them is things that we don't pay attention to. All these things that we are calling, some things that look like sexual harassment now has been there in our culture, but we don't pay attention. In a local environment, let's say Ayeye, Orita Mẹ́rin, or anywhere in our local environment, you will see maybe an 11-year-old girl selling orange, and then she is going from one place to the other, and she went to Baba Kafinta, who is doing his own furniture business near. Baba Kafinta, in the presence of everybody, will touch this girl anywhere. I've seen it. Most of us have seen this. And it didn't matter. We look at it as, and then you will just hear Omolosan, Babelo Shoranyu. Like it's not a big deal. Yet it is sexual harassment. Abi?
And then they will sing, Ọmọ ọlọ́jà rọ̀lẹ́, ṣé o lè sọ fún mi pé ò mú nọ́mbà? It's just street. Yeah, that's part of the song. That's why I said.
And that is harassment.
Yeah.
Okay. Kabiyesi sitting down in his palace. Or maybe Kabiyesi is going somewhere and he see a girl sitting on Igi Odan. And Kabiyesi will be like, Ọmọ ta nìyẹn? Ọmọ ẹ lọ bá mi mú wá, mo gbẹ́sẹ̀ lé. What is that? So that is one thing. In the house, I don't know what to call it. I can't actually call it sexual harassment. There is a boy, Ade, and there is a girl, Iyabo. Both are in the house. Ade can go outside to play football, but Iyabo must be in the kitchen working with mommy to make a for amala. So when the food is ready, they will call Ade oúnjẹ ti ṣe tán, wá jẹun o. What is that? There's no sexual touching or anything involved, but what is that for a woman? Let's keep that in our thoughts as we go on in this program. Iyalofin, you have the floor, ma.
Okay, ma. Eshe, thank you so much. Greetings to everyone again. Specifically, Mama Yusuf, you didn't give me any pointers or however to direct what you need me to present in 5-7 minutes. But what I usually do when it comes to legal presentations, I'm going to do it again. And this is by starting with a disclaimer. We always say, lawyers, We're not entering into an attorney-client privilege or relationship in this presentation. I am Tinu Akinshola, but I'm only trying to present as I see fit, and I'm not trying to engage anyone or anybody's services. You need lawyer, you call your lawyer. Thank you. And just to also tell you this, that there are 2 or 3 different areas of the laws, There is the public law sector and there is the private law sector. And we also have what is called civil and criminal. So in the area, when it comes to civil laws and civil issues, these are issues and offenses against the person themselves. And there's also the one that is called criminal, which is offenses against the state. Sometimes, or even offenses against the state can stem or emanate from a person, but the government would take it out of their hands and go ahead to prosecute. What am I saying here? For example, in this situation, we find ourselves with Senator Akpoti Uduaghan, Natasha. Her issue is very personal, is sexual harassment in whatever context we can look at it, but it's also some that fall under civil for her, and then it can also be to criminal assault or criminal sexual harassment in nature, which the government can step in to assist her, in doing the investigation, in doing the when they do investigation, the probative value, if they see it outweighs, then they go ahead and prosecute, under the criminal law. So before I actually get into all those nuances, I hope I'm able to tell you and put to rest what a civil and a criminal issues are. So, but if not, we can ask later.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So we're talking about sexual harassment, but my previous mothers, they have touched upon sexual harassment as it relates to women when it comes to women being discriminated against. I have to give us a caveat here. As someone who is also a woman leader, and president of a nonprofit organization that is targeted towards women and girls to help them. I also am not of the oblivious of the fact that harassment can go either way. Men are also fully harassed, such as when men are also domestic violated, like domestic violence. Men can also be raped. So the difference is just that the women bear the brunt, and the ratio with which women are sexually harassed or assaulted or made objectified or made into submission, or being raped actually, is very high compared to the slight number of men who are similarly situated. So I heard Olori, she was able to actually define what harassment is, what sexual harassment is. But I wanted to take us back to just simple harassment before we say sexual harassment. Simple harassment is any unwelcome conduct that is against that person. And that person may be a male, it may be a female, the victim, right? And then the harasser can also be a male or a female. Now, proving is very difficult, like Mama Mofalabo has said. How do you prove that you've been harassed or violated? Is very, very difficult. Even for us, when we want to prove domestic violence, domestic violence is such an offense that you actually have to, because the law has developed into a very progressive route now, that you can be physical, they can have physical evidence of that abuse, and there can also be emotional, psychological, or something circumstantial that will allow the judges, to be able to take your evidence if it's not real. And real evidence is all the ones that can see, and those direct evidence, and the others that are not so real and not so direct are circumstantial, that can be inferred from things around or people that can see or behold that. So now take me back to, how do you prove it? You prove harassment by, sometimes if you are able to take pictures of when that thing is happening, or there are some onlookers or standby by people who are there who can tell, testify, that is good. Or if there's any article, sometimes a woman may be wearing a type of dress that when the man cling onto it or touches it, it can tear, that right there can be a proof, a substance that you can use as evidence, against that. Now, we have talked about the fact that it's an unwanted and unwarranted conduct. This unwarranted conduct is not just because somebody says, oh, you're pretty, you're this and that. No, it's not just little tiny comments like that. It has to be such a comment that is so offensive, And now I'm breaking into sexual harassment. So it has to be something that is very intimidating, very hostile, such that the frequency of it is more. It's not just one day or one time. It is like subsistent. It's like it's consistent. It's something that every now and then when you and I are together, oh, this is when you want to do this, or this is when you're touching me in a certain way, or this is when you are texting or sending me something, even in the social media, or intruding into my personality, my phone, sending me objects, pictures that are of nudity, something that are highly offensive to me, something, I don't like. And I have actually communicated it to you before. I've told you, please stop, don't do this. Those things, the intensity, the frequency, the hostility, and even to such extent that when I see you, I'm so afraid of you, or I can't even talk, or I can't do anything because you hold such power and control over me. Maybe you are my employer, maybe you are my boss or my supervisor, my manager, or someone that has a leadership position in the environment where I found myself, as in the case of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. So those are the harassment, the borderline between harassment and sexual harassment. And I hope people heard me when I said anyone can be harassed. Anyone can even harass the other. So it's gender neutral, It's not gender specific. So let's hold that so. Okay. And I want to say that because we're zooming in onto Senator Natasha's issues. And the law has so many contexts. I don't want to belabor us, so I would not talk too much. I will just be responding if there is a particular question that I can answer within the law. But before I be quiet, I want to say something that the employer of what's his name? Akpabio, the Senate president, his employer, whoever his employer is, we are Nigerians. Nigerians are his employer, but he controls the federal government. I mean, let me say this, there are three parastatals within the functionalities of the government, right? We have the executive, we have the judiciary, and we have the senators, those are the legislatures. They legislate for us. But I don't know who you will now say is his boss, because his boss can also be vicariously liable if they fail to control him. So let's hold that thought. Now, I wanted to give you just distinction. There are two states, there are some states in Nigeria that has actually, when it comes to the codes, the law on sexual harassment in Nigeria is not very direct. It is splitted in various ways. But I will let you know that in the South, there is the criminal code, and we use penal code in the North. When we come back, I will try to define what each one of them connotes. But what I want you also to note is that sexual harassment, just like family law, just like divorce, is a state-based issue. So if that is not clear, tell me so I can refine my statement. It's base specific in the sense that the state controls is the same thing as in the US. So what is family law here is not family, and I say here because I live in Maryland, is not what is family law in DC next door. Is not the same as Virginia. So in Maryland or in Lagos State, they may have sexual harassment laws, but Kogi State may not necessarily have it. And if they do, it's not exactly the same thing, a replica of what Lagos State has. So, but we will get extensively into that. But I know also that different states, they have actually tried to criminalize sexual harassment. You have Anambra State, you have Enugu State, Ebonyi State, Lagos State, Oyo, Ogun, Osun, and then you also have Edo, even Plateau State. So each one of them have developed case law to such extent that they can deal locally in terms of domestically on sexual harassment. But don't forget that for Senator Natasha, she is, of course, she's been employed by the constituent in the state, but she is on duty, special duty to the General Assembly or the Senate, which is in the Federal Capital Territory. So that territory now will be in control when it comes to the courts, when it comes to the law, because that is exactly where the issues happen. And we always look at the jurisdiction, the locus, and which has connection with issues. So, but I would like to explore more on that when we come back, because there's a lot to be explored on. Thank you. Unless you give me permission to go on.
Thank you,
because,
Leofin. You have really done it. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you, ma.
Yes.
So I'm very grateful to Yeye Leofin for where she has got us to with this important topic. I see that people are raising up hands, but I want to say our two guests that talked before, if any one of them want to touch up at this point. Olori, do you want to add on or touch up?
Yes, thank you, Olotu. What I wanted to actually talk about is the fact that when the Senate president, when this incident occurred, on one occasion, Senator Natasha's husband was also present. They were in the Senate president's home. He was giving them a tour of the home. And I'm going to paint a picture for you. Senator Natasha is right next to the Senate president. Senator Natasha's husband was behind them. He was taking a phone call. And so he needed some privacy to take the phone call. So he was lagging behind while Senator Natasha and the Senate president were in the front taking a tour of the house. Now, I wasn't there, so I'm just going by the story that I heard and some of the videos that I watched of Senator Natasha trying to describe the incident. She stated that as they were going from room to room, just looking at the house, at some point, he held her hand and said to her, "How do you like my house?" And she said, "It's a beautiful home." And then he said, "Now that you have seen my house, I want you to come back so you and I can spend more time here and have fun." And at that point, she started to get very uncomfortable. She pulled back and she looked back and noticed that her husband was also looking at her. And she was wondering what the husband heard, if he heard all of it, or if he heard some of it, or if he didn't hear any part of it. And she said, "Can you hear me?"
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. And at that point, she felt like the Senate president was also uncomfortable. He seemed like he thought maybe Natasha's husband heard. So then it kind of shifted the conversation to, "By the way, I have a chapel on my property in my house. I want to show you the chapel." So he diverted the attention to the chapel and they all, proceeded to tour the house. So that was one incident that was direct. And other incident is just randomly holding her hand or saying, "What you're wearing is kind of see-through." If you pull up images of this woman, she covers herself up. She might be wearing something that is lacy, but she covers up. She covers her head, she covers her shoulder. Like I stated before, it's got nothing to do with clothing. So I wanted to bring that up in case if there's anyone here today that doesn't know exactly what had occurred, what she's accusing him of. And so the questions that I also posted in the chat, I didn't read those questions because I wanted everyone to take time to digest it so that we can actually bring them to light. Hopefully, if we have time today. If we don't, it will be something that I would like for us to table for discussion. Thank you, Olotu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeye, do you want me to call the Amoye or are you ready to touch up or add on?
Well, maybe for about 2 minutes. I first came across Senator Natasha last year when she produced a video of herself and what she has done for her constituency. And I was awfully impressed. I said, this is what we want of our leaders, political leaders, to show that, she had lighted up her, public space in her constituency and people were giving testimony. And then a friend later, sometime in March, a friend sent me a clip where she was accusing the Senate president on TV, on Arise TV. And I was so impressed again because she stated her case step by step. And she came with papers. Of course, I didn't see the papers, but she said, "You can check this, you can call up this, And I said, this woman, before she gives in, she is strong. A couple of days later, there was this case that she was suspended. And I had to drop everything because I was under the gun. I was working under the gun on another issue, but I had to drop everything to write a short piece. And I say, give this woman audience. If she's lying, let us know. She has papers. have you examined the papers? Instead of hiding under some spurious legislative procedure, give her audience. But she was suspended for 6 months. And I focused on the power issue, because yes, men and women, either men or women can be harassed, but it is women, let's say maybe 90% of women, the women folk has been harassed. Maybe 10% of men has been harassed, and 10% of men are not harassers. But largely, it is women. I wonder, I've been a subject of sexual harassment myself, but I think I was able to handle it. And if you talk to many women, they will say, yes, I have been sexually harassed. I didn't complain about it because I could handle it, or it passed and I drove the man away, something like that. So it's more common for women to be harassed. And it's because of this power imbalance. So I will stop there and wait for questions where we can expand on this further.
Wow. I don't know what is wrong with my camera. Give me 1 second.
I think, okay.
I'm having problem. I can't even type anything on my computer.
Oh.
That's the problem I'm having. It's just...
Is it Akpabio against us or what?
I think it's Akpabio. I will have to send Yeye Oshi to him.
Oh, okay. I am going to call. I saw people who. Okay, I'm going to call Amoye Bankole to talk. Then I will call Baba Amoye if he's ready to say something to us, especially about Obagbesele. So, but let me call Baba Bankole first. Baba Bankole.
Yeah, thank you, Lotu. I will yield for Baba to talk about Besele later. But I'd like to drill down to this Natasha thing, because for some days it has dominated the news papers and TVs in Nigeria. And it's been a concern to many people the way it's going. You see, in a climate where you have law and order, like in North America, you still have sexual harassment. Now talk of a place where there's no law, where nobody holds you accountable for anything that you do. So that is the problem women have back home in Nigeria. And what astounds me most, maybe I ask women here, is why are women coming to the defense of men when they have been alleged to have harassed women? Why? I mean, if you look at what's going on with Nakoti or Natasha, you see this woman, Charity. She's the one spearheading everything about the recall. I mean, and I'm sure she herself must have gone through such episode in the past, not in the past. I mean, you work with Adelo, you work with Ododo, you work with all these politicians. As a woman, there is no way you are not being harassed day by day. Why are women doing this to themselves? I mean, haven't spent...
It's really too nice.
Yeah, haven't spent a lot of my adult years in Nigeria. I know what men do when women are around. So for Akpabio to come and say, I didn't do it, I didn't say it. No. He's been accused once by a woman who said he slapped him. I mean, she slapped him. Remember, there was this NDDC chairman I think, in the Southeast. She was the chairman of a committee where when Akpabio was minister. Akpabio was looking for something. The woman was not willing. And he got to a point, the woman said, I slapped Akpabio. It was in the news. And now the wife is coming out to say, I trust my man. Trust him for what? You know, it's too bad the way things are going on in Nigeria. And our first speaker, Olori, has on the chat, how can Nigeria ensure safer environments for women in politics? Not only in politics.
In everything.
There is harassment everywhere. Go to schools, go to universities, go to polytechnics, go to the New York corpus, National Youth Corpus environment. There is harassment galore everywhere.
But you know, sir.
Engineer Bankole, just one second. I don't know how many people remember what happened to Remi Tinubu about a year or two ago.
Exactly, with Malayi. Do you know Malayi? Is that the one?
Yeah, she slapped him too.
Did you hear what nonsense that he said about the first lady of the country? Was she the first lady then?
He said, I'll rape you.
Yes. Look at
that effect.
So, I mean, it's just too bad the way things are going on in Nigeria. But, I mean, how can we ensure safer environments? We have to start from the home. Parents have to start with the boys, letting them know their boundaries when they are around girls. For example, like Mama said, you go to Bagi or Ogunpa or to Idumabo, you see all these Igbo boys, when any girl comes in selling something, what do? They tap them from behind.
Yeah.
They feel that their behind is a plaything for them. I mean, it has to stop. Men have to tell their children, they have to tell their boys, look, you don't do this, you don't do that to girls outside. It has to start from the homes, not anywhere else. And that is everywhere, not inside politics alone. It's everywhere in Nigeria. Everywhere you go. I don't know about other parts of Africa, but in Nigeria, it's too bad the way people see harassment as nothing. And look at
and I have this not very pleasant story. Please mute yourself. Please mute yourself. I'm going to mute if I have to mute everybody. I really don't like to do that. So I remember, I think that was around 1982 after my national service. In the area where I lived, where my mother, had a house, it was the local environment where we grew up. So there was this man, we call him Baba Egba. The man, I don't know the age. Oh, please forgive me. I shouldn't have said Baba Egba. Let me just say Baba.
There are many Baba Egbas.
It may not even be Baba Egba. It may be because he lived in Abeokuta before, so they call him Baba Egba. So this man will be around 70. He had a building. He is rich, in the context of our understanding, kind of. And then there was another woman who got married to another man who is not rich, but it was the woman's second marriage, and the woman had a 15-year-old daughter from another marriage that she brought to this new marriage. The rich man is about 1 block away from where the other family lived. One day I just, got to the area and I heard fighting, and the rich man was like, 70 to 15.
Yep.
I wanted to start crying. Even though there was people that I know. Huh?
I said beating should be organized for that man.
Yeah.
Oh, that was expected. That was what I thought. But guess what? This girl got pregnant, and it was thrown to that man. He was living with the man as his wife. And the thing pained me so much to the point that anytime that I pass through that man's house to go out on the main road, I had headache to the point that I had to change my
direction.
Yes, the way I go around. So she became the wife, and not only having one child, as the second child.
First wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was no outlet for her.
The man, 15-year-old to 70-something, the man should go to jail, right? But he didn't.
No, not by age.
That's underage.
It's not even the age, Mama Yusuf. It's the action that led to impregnating that girl. Of course, the age
He
is
must have
there.
raped her.
Can she give consent? Who was there?
Oh,
How
at
did it
15.
go? You know, at 15, she couldn't have consented to being raped, or let alone be impregnated at that point. And then the man, because he's rich, because of the position of his wealth, had the temerity to now say it's an affront, you know, to the woman who is the mother of the girl, saying, inu e o ma dun, ipe rich. You know, it's like, this is what we always say about Nigeria and Nigerians. When whoever is in leadership, whoever has the power and the control, you know, you can do anything. It's like impunity at its best. That's what we practice. Now, I was going to respond to Benny. No, àmọ́ nǹkan tó tọ́. Ṣé báwa Yorùbá yìí lẹ́ ń sọ, ẹ̀yin Yorùbá yìí, ẹ foríjì mi ò, torí gbogbo ẹ̀gbọ́n bàbá mi àti ìyá mi ni gbogbo yín bí báyìí. Ẹ mọ̀ nǹkan tó tọ́ now. Tá bá bẹ̀rẹ̀, Dr. Oyefule, I'm missing him already. Dr. Oyefule, tán bá ní kán sọ nǹkan kan, he will always start from the genesis of who the Yoruba people are. You know, and who are we? We now say we are Omoluabi and all that. This rich person you are talking about is a Yoruba person, Pombele. So does he not know? It's just an affront. It's pay I can do. It's the power, it's the control. Is that the position of authority? That's exactly what he did. And because he knew that the law or whoever is at the realm of affairs will not do anything. One of my mummies who spoke said something about going to the lawyers. Who are the lawyers? Going to the judges. Who is sitting on the bench? Is it the judge who has finished just abusing his own wife? Abuse not as in raining curses, or abuse as in violating, as in beating. Don't you call beating from jokon, you know, àbí tó ti bú dáadáa, you know, is that the person you now want to bring a social harassment or sexual harassment case against or before? How will he go about it? You know, I want to say something to what Baba Bankole said. Baba, you were saying something about, is there no law that can take effect, blah, blah, blah. I tried to allude to the fact the first time when I presented, because when you get into the lexicon, the legalese, it's a lot. But I want to let you know, Daddy, that there's a lot of law in Nigeria that cover all this area. They may not title it as
just not being followed.
Sexual harassment in itself, you know, but it has so many sections. Even the Constitution, if you want to look at the 1999 Constitution too, you know, we talk about fundamental human rights. A woman has a right? And I keep saying men and women get harassed. I know why I say that, because I don't want us to fall into saying that only women are harassed, but the intensity, the frequency, and the ratio, the data out there has told us that women more than men, in fact 10 times more, are the ones that are victimized. And what am I saying? There is under general laws, and I'm going to be quoting verbatim some things here. I just want you to know and have a sense for what is there on the books. You know, having the laws are different from practicalizing and bringing the law to action, because they know nobody will dare enforce the law. Because when you enforce it, who is the lawyer? Who is the police? Who is the judge that will be sitting at the realm of that affairs? Look at what they did to Natasha. They did not, the person she's going to be submitting the investigative document to is the harasser. So who else do you now want her to go and present to? You know, that's how it is. Now, under the, we have criminal code. That is the one that operates in the southern states. All the southern states, south, south, southeast, southwest. And that is where Yoruba Nation fall under. Then the penal code. The penal code happens and territorially in the north. Now, there's also what is called the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act. It's in this act that criminalizes sexual harassment and violence. So that violence could be domestic violence, it could be rape, it could be anything that is done to victims. Victims can be women, can be men. The section 360 of the criminal code is that one that punishes indecent assault on women. And they make it to such extent that it looks like it's a felony on itself like that, because it carries up to 2 years imprisonment. For penal code, it's section 285. Now, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act is section 46. And this is what it says. It defines an unwarranted conduct of a sexual nature. This thing that is that section 46 is saying is what every one of the women that have presented have said. Persistent, it is serious, it demeans, it humiliates, or it creates a hostile environment. That's why I try to make a distinction between what is just in person, you know, passive comments here and there, then the intensity, the everyday thing, the frequency. Lagos State has theirs as 3 years imprisonment. That is sexual harassment punishment, you know. Now, we also have, there is something called, let me read this for us. And I think I've said something about distinguishing between the states and the feds. When you look at the Constitution of Nigeria in 1999, it says that every individual is entitled to dignity, respect for the dignity of his person, just as no person shall be subject to torture or to inhuman or degrading treatment. So having an unwarranted and unwelcome comment, touching an assault can actually comfortably come under this. And of course, they're talking about slavery, servitude, to perform forced labor and all that. So, but when you look at the penal code, because I've said about the southern one, the penal code is what really took me and interests me. It's really very serious, but yet it still happens there. But who dare to complain? Hear this. Section 281 of the Penal Code. Whoever, in order to gratify the passions of another person procures, entices. When you procure, that is human trafficking. Entices or leads away, even with her consent. Even with that child's or that woman's consent, a woman or girl for immoral purposes, she shall be punished with, that person shall be punished with imprisonment, which may extend to 7 years, and shall be liable to even fine. So 2 arms, nothing taken. You're either going to be in prison for up to 7 years, right? No, it's not even either. You will be, because it's and, it's a conjunction. You will be in prison up until 7 years, and you will also be fined. We have these things on the books. And you're talking about, these are Sharia states. And I will tell you, these people, they harass, they touch. I served in Katsina. I can't begin to tell you what my eyes saw and what I experienced. I was almost annihilated in the middle of the market. But for, yes, but for our law clerk that came to save the day, thankfully, you know. And then when you talk about gross indecency, I guess that's what the guy thought I was doing, because I was in trousers, but I had a long shirt on that even glossed over almost up to my knee. Yet he came at me, charged me, and says, I am an harlot because I came to the market unescorted. So I'll just rest there. And then when there's a question towards that, I will answer. Thank you.
Okay. Eshe Mudupe. Thank you so much. We are talking about sexual harassment, and we are using Senator Natasha Akpoti as the case study, what is going on in Iluwa, Nigeria. That is what we are talking about. And our eminent speakers are Professor Omofolabo Ajayi Soyinka, lawyer Tinu Akinshola, and Olori Modupe Olalipede. So Baba is here. Baba?
Hello.
Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
First of all, I'm so sorry that I missed most of this discussion, if not all of it, because somebody called asking to be able to join Yoruba Gbode because they couldn't get through the other way. And I spent the whole time looking for how to communicate with her. I can't use WhatsApp in 2 different ways. That is, keep myself on the program while trying to reach this or that. That's how I lost out on a valuable discussion. The bits and pieces that I picked up, I better just, when it's time to be able to ask questions, I just want to announce that I'm back. When it's time for me to be able to ask questions, I will.
So we said something behind your back, Baba, and this is what concerns you that I'm going to repeat. So I said there are so many things that are happening that we don't know where to place it. So I mentioned the fact that in our local environment, Omo Olosan, that is hawking is orange.
Oh, I got that.
I don't know. Oh, you got that?
I got that.
Okay. Then, okay, so we are trying to, then the Kabiyesi that will see a beautiful girl and say, Omo Tani Elomuwa. Baba, what is your take on this?
Okay. My take is that, of course, we cannot rule out the culture that allows any kind of behavior. And I even was here when Professor Folabo Ajayi Soyinka brought in the significant part of power play. And when I was also here when lawyer Tinu Akishola mentioned the fact that we shouldn't focus on harassment sexual harassment as always unidirectional. So when I put all of those things together, and I put them together with my own quote and unquote position, prejudice, position maybe, I would say that this sexual harassment issue, whereas it was not absent in Yoruba culture, it wasn't absent in Yoruba culture, otherwise we wouldn't be talking about Mogbesele and so on and so forth. The opportunity for sexual harassment in the general society, Yoruba society, before westernization was minimal. Because àwọn ọmọ kéékèèké tí wọ́n dàgbà láyé nílé wọn in a setting, especially in the polygamy, àwọn ọmọbìnrin yẹn, they are totally under the control, or they were under the control, I'm talking of rural areas, under the control of their mother and their uncles and what have you. Opportunity was minimal when I was growing up. But unfortunately, or both, the rural society, as opposed to the urban society, had no privacy. Obìnrin nìkan ló ní yàrá nínú ilé, àárín ọ̀dẹ̀ làwọn ọkùnrin sùn. So it was very clear that tí ọmọ yẹn ò bá tọmọbìnrin ìgbà yẹn tí ò bá wáwàkúwà, ojú rẹ̀ ò ní rírì kúrì, because the opportunity to abuse, the place to abuse, the character to do it were all in check. I'm not saying they were totally, fully 1000% in control. The power play was olórí ilé, olórí ẹgbẹ́. There wasn't much power associated with men in society that were not completely checkmated by the imperative of Omoluabi in the culture. Now, once we started going to school and getting salaries and aggregating resources for ourselves as individuals, that were resources that were not uniform, then the party with resources, like the one that Olotu referred to as Baba Egba, who might not have been Egba but lived in Egba land before, once you have more resources than your neighborhood, you have acquired power. An opportunity, power with the money allows you to acquire power. The money allows you to be able to secrete your actions. Once that is there, then it is there to be, like every situation, it's there to be. So the money economy, the excessive promotion of it in schooling, who gets schooled, who doesn't get schooled, those are the criteria that brought more of harassment into our society. As I was evolving. Now let's go back to the fact that it wasn't always unidirectional. One of the things that irritated me the most in my life, and I'm going to be discreet about it, is the following. I was a young man when I started teaching at University of Lagos. I was 23. And some of the students in there were my contemporaries in Ibadan, St. Anne, St. Teresa. They were people that don't debate, that don't interchange relationships between government college and Queen's School was in Edo at that time. But the point I'm making is that ẹgbẹ́ la jọ jẹ́, How come they are now students where I'm a lecturer? That's because I ran through school very rapidly. But the point of that, I was afraid to say, the reason some lecturers at University of in Lagos, and I won't mention any name, but they were famous for what we should call sexual harassment because they pass class one. And I will mention here 1967. So that I won't get away. Let me speak English. If they could get away with that, or the way that woman, if you know me, because I was much younger, I was much more contemporaneous with these students. The idea was that and I was scared stiff to be identified with that kind of abuse, with any kind of abuse, but with that in particular, especially since the eyes of Texas, while me, in terms of readiness or equipment to misbehave, to do the wrong thing. So I stayed away, but I paid for it in another way. And this is why I say sexual harassment was not unidirectional. The people who knew me in Ibadan, my own contemporaries, as I say, even to be honest with you, even at University of Lagos in those days, one of my students was a guy from government college who was in upper six when I was in Form 1. So there was disparity depending on how long you stayed away from school or what made you stay away. There was no age related. There was no formula for saying eléyìí wà position yìí ọjọ́ orí ẹ̀ ò lè jù báyìí lọ. There was no such thing. So àwọn ọmọ tí wọ́n wà ní St. Anne St. Teresa tó ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ tí wọ́n mọ̀ mí tájọ́ ń debate yẹn ó wá rí pé mò ń sá fún wọn not because wọ́n fi nǹkan lọ̀ mí o but because I was afraid to be identified with whatever. Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi? Now they collected themselves together.
Dáadáa.
Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi?
À ń gbọ́ yín dáadáa.
Gbogbo wa ní àgbà ní àdúgbò so I can use some language tí ò bọ́ sí. Wọ́n ní abádẹ̀ ń kí níran ni wọ́n pè. Bí abádẹ̀ ń kí níran á dàbí gba pé àwọn wàhálà rẹ̀ kí ló ń ṣe tí ò ṣe hàn rí àbí kíní rẹ̀ ò lè gbé rí ni. Excuse me, ṣe gbọ́ nǹkan tí mo sọ.
Àwọn alákòóbá nìyẹn sà, à ń gbọ́rọ̀ yín sà.
Ó lè jẹ́ alákòóbá, but I will go it further. I will tell you further. In 1980, mo lọ sílé pẹ̀lú ìyàwó mi àtàwọn ọmọ mẹ́ta. Oh, wow, how can I say this without betraying things? Anyway, after spending 5 weeks in Gbọ̀ngán, we spent a week in Lagos pẹ̀lú ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan, yóò ní dárúkọ ẹ̀. But nínú ọ̀rẹ́ mi yẹn tí ó wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, ìyàwó rẹ̀ ò sí nílé, ìyàwó rẹ̀ wà ní ó kọ́ àwọn ọmọ tí wọ́n lọ sí vacation. Ó wá jẹ́ pé èmi, ìyàwó mi àti àwọn ọmọ mẹ́ta nìkan ni a wà nínú ilé rẹ̀. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi wá pé ọ̀rẹ́ ìyàwó ẹ̀ pé kó wá ṣe deputy, kó bí ẹni tó ń ṣe deputy mother of the house. Kó wá jọ̀hún láti àtàwọn cookers tí wọ́n dẹ̀ kó jọ̀hún láti ṣe family mi lálejò.
Bí olùgbàlejò.
Do you know nínú àwọn tá à ń sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ yìí ọ̀kan nínú àwọn tí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ wọn ní University of Lagos ló wà ń bẹ̀. So nígbà tó rí pé ó ti mọ̀ pé mi ni ẹni yẹn ti sọ fún pé ọ̀rẹ́ òun báyìí. Ó ní bùrọ̀dá Adé, àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ máa jọ yín o. Talking about my children, ṣé ń gbọ́ mi?
Ká ló yẹ káwọn ọmọ jọ?
Èmi náà rí àpáta tèmi lọ́nà tèmi náà. Àwọn tó gbé mi lọ sí Ìbàdàn, àmì tó gbé mi lọ sí Èkó, àbúrò mi tó Adéolú àti Dúpẹ́, àwọn ló gbé mi lọ sí Èkó because Dúpẹ́ had a car at that time. wọ́n á sọ fún wọn mo ní èmi kọ́ ni wọ́n jẹ́ tí wọ́n jọ rèé o. That is, I pointed to my brother Adeolu, and he said, "What do you mean?" Ona join money no. Don't go you on that into my journey. Me o mo gba to was America to ma ti yawo mi jo link up. So we laughed about that. Only kini mo so yen mo ni se bi wo won le so ni University of Lagos about 11 years ago. Pe kini mi o le gbe ri. Báwo ni mo ṣe wá máa lọ́mọ? In other words, I am describing sexual harassment not only with all the definitions that you all had, I agree. But it's not even always associated with power to implement. In other words, kí ni student lè fi ṣe ní University of Lagos but tí wọ́n bá ní vision pé àwọn lè attract sexual favors from a reluctant person. Is that sexual harassment? Is wọ́n try to attract attention. If you don't respond, is the sọ̀rọ̀ ẹlẹ́yìn enough of a torture to say that you are being harassed? And if so, what can you do about it? So, ibo ni mo gbé gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ lọ ibi tí mo gbé gbà lọ ojú pé maybe I am excessively Yoruba. I'm proud of whatever cultural imperative that we call Omoluabi dictum, what he was able to do in my where I would call Bergen, not urban, not because it wasn't a town or city, but because it didn't have the excesses of
metropolis,
of Ibadan, Lagos, and all of that stuff. At that time, I don't know what it has now. So, ọmọ tí ó bá tajà níta, ṣé àgbàlagbà ní gbogbo wa ti dàgbà? Tí ẹnìkan tí ó rò pọ̀ lágbára, bójú ọkùnrin, bójú obìnrin, but ọkùnrin in this case, tọmọ mi bá lọ kiri ọ̀lẹ̀ àbẹ́kọ tó wá fi dandan tọ́ lọ́mú owó ga o.
Àbí kó gbáǹdì. Àbí kó gbáǹdì.
Àbí kó gbáǹdì. Àgbà yẹn ní gbọ̀ngàn. Mi ò mọ nǹkan tó ìgbàkúgbà tí wọ́n lè gbà in the city torí pé kò sí ojú òtórùn. Wọn ò gbà yẹn ní gbọ̀ngàn in that culture at that level of the economy. So, and I'm not talking about any place mo bá mọ̀ tó dé bí ọdẹ òmu àṣìpa kìnìkan. We had a culture níbẹ̀ yẹn tó jẹ́ pé ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ dúdú ọ̀yábùsàn. There are things you could not do or expect to get away with. Kì í ṣe pé wọ́n á gbé ẹ lọ ẹ̀wọ̀n tí wọ́n burú ju ti Agodi lọ.
Jungle justice.
Wọ́n á borúkọ ẹjẹ́ láàrin ìgboro, àwọn ìgbà tó bá ṣe dì, àwọn olúro á fi ẹ́ kọrin. There were many methods of punishment tí pé tó o bá fẹ́ kí wọ́n dójú tì ẹ́. Wàá mọ̀ wọ́n ara rẹ̀. Ó lè jẹ́ ìjòyè. Ìtí mò ń sọ yìí is not academic. Because mo mọ ìjòyè. In fact, when I won't mention the year, mo lè pe oyè rẹ̀ ẹ̀kẹfà ló jẹ́ ní gbọ̀ngàn tó lọ fún ọmọ ọlọ́mọ lóyún. But tá a bá sọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ yìí, ọmọ yẹn was my contemporary in age. So consent wà ń bẹ̀. Consent tó wà ń bẹ̀ ni pé bàbá rẹ̀ ti kú, ìyá rẹ̀ ò ṣe kinní kan. So ó lè jẹ́ pé òun gan ló lọ tọrọ nǹkan tí ó need lọ́dọ̀ bàbá yẹn tó wá consent. But again, bàtà ní age enforcement fún kinní táwọn òbí tó máa produce ò bá sí ń bẹ̀. So ìgbà míì nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sáwọn ọmọ is because they don't have protection or legal or whatever kind of home guidance. But all said and done, I'm not able to talk about Uduaghan, but I am definitely very hoping that we are all going to be careful about the discussion of power distribution in Nigeria, how it's changed from even the middle of 19th century to now. What changes? What are the consequences of those changes? Can you run ọmọ university àbí kìnìkan kọ́mọ lè gba degree ẹ̀ nítorí pé lecturer kò gba lecturers or something like that? It's horror.
Yes, it is.
It's horror. It did not happen before that stage because kì í ṣe teacher tó ń kọ́ wa ní high school òun ló ń ṣe living exam fún wa. Finally, we are living in a society where we have learned to separate sexual abuse and pedophilia.
Mm-hmm.
It is the pedophile that I'm going to bring into my last sentences here. Pedophile and power play. I am not unaware of little boys getting in trouble in this United States and being put in some reform school. In fact, I think they have reform school in Nigeria also when I was still living there. But the reform school, they put them in here. Who are the people who police them in the reform school with dormitory? Men. I'm talking of male children running trouble. Are you with me?
Yes.
The men that are in charge of those reform schools sometimes are abusers of those boys.
Yes.
In fact, because they have the power, the control on them. They have the control of them and they have power to implement. Shangbami.
Yes, sir.
It is not it's not that's male to male. I mean, so where I'm heading with that is that, yes, a society in which women do not have power or privilege, where all powers are concentrated in the hands of men, is a society in which it's a society in which women can be almost exclusively abused. But when you get to a society where we have produced prisons and reform schools, things that don't exist in my culture, prisons and reform schools, and all of the other things, in which you now put power for supervision in the hands of people, whether they are male or female. If you go to the places where reform schools for girls in this United States, they are dormitories, and the people who are in charge are what? Female, and they abuse. There is sexual harassment in there.
Yes.
So, at the end of the day, we have to study the structure. Oh, we don't have to study any structure. We just have to work against evil, no matter where we find it. But let's not over-characterize as because whereas the model that we are working with today is more male abusers than female abusers. It's not 0-0. It's not zero in any one of the cases. So we work with that and work against what we don't want. But we must just handle it the way lawyer Lawyer Tinuade instructed us that we should that this thing is not to be looked at as if it's going only one direction. I think I've said too much. I want to thank you very much, and I'm ready to learn now that I'm back. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Baba. Thank you so much, Baba.
So many issues.
I'm going to open the microphone for questions. If you want to make comment, it's okay, but please don't repeat. When we ask questions, we learn more. Okay, so questions is what I'm taking now. Baba Otunba Olabode Oseni.
Thank you very much. Moki Bubuleni Yoba. I want to use one stone to kill two birds. Number one, we started with the late Professor Loyo. He was my mentor. I got to know him up to a couple of months ago when it was announced he died. I think I placed a call and said, Baba, mathematically, I tried to say Lomaku. Now, having said that, he was a great man. I also remember the roles he played in Awolowo's life when, just to show how open and honest the kind of a person he is, that Awolowo, you can never be president the way you are going, allowing all this kind of thing. I'm sure Professor we also confirm some of he's standing up for justice, he's standing up for and he also said, okay, it's not that he was a perfect person, but he was a great person. So I want to wish his family that God will give them the fortitude to bear the loss. Even though about college of 100 in Nigeria, having said that's another discussion for another day. So now coming to this very interesting, exciting topic of today, I want to appreciate all our guest speakers. Well done. You just you've been saying the obvious, the way things are, but I want to key on two major factors, and that is number one. I think apart from poverty, that's in our. I want to stay with Nigeria. I don't want to go anywhere. I know this is prevalent in Congo, in Ghana, in everywhere, but let's stay with the top. I mean, the case of Nigeria. The biggest problem in Nigeria is we have such a loose, very loose institutions. Even though where institutions are robust, emboldened in America, in Germany, in Ghana, I mean, other European countries, there's still some few people that will break through to abuse, to perpetrate these atrocities. It happens. And like my learned sister said, we are not standing, we are not holding before anybody, we're just talking how things are generally. So I'm thinking, had it not been poverty, don't drive some of what we do in Nigeria. Certain things, a lot of things, and certain things should never happen. And it's also from look of things, look like Nigeria is a country where people can have liberty. They have law on their side to abuse women. Yeah, if you look at what is going on with Sharia law, where somebody will say, 11 years, who attract him, who love him, who does that? And he turn around and say his actions, his behavior, and everything is backed by the Sharia rule of business or whatever, which I think is very sad. That is allowing people to do their atrocities legally. So finally, I want to submit that things can still change, and this is where I have always thought if we can use opportunities like this, seminars where we talk like this, to bring by, and one of the solutions is maybe we have a group of race, a group of people together where we believe rule of law will work. Rule of law will work for our own benefit. I'm looking at, we have our own place where we are not directly going to be mingled with àwọn tó ní 11 years òun ni táwọn fẹ́ and we cannot see anything. And that I'm being cautious here that we have our own nation where we can practice rule of law as is being practiced and used to fight our anomalies in other countries. I think that would be great. I want to appreciate everybody again. Thank you very much for coming, madams.
So, thank you, Adele Lotu. I'm grateful for your contribution, for your help always. So, what you said about people, Baba mentioned something about pedophilia and abuse. Unfortunately, because of the poverty level in our society, we don't seem to know the difference. I don't think we know the difference. A friend of mine was sharing with me over there on Friday or so, but it's in a Nigerian society, about this particular man that they said he always referred to women as a used product, that he prefers to marry a woman that is under 21 or under 18 or something like that.
Breaking up.
And I didn't marry any
Ó
of
dà pé
them.
network yín olóòtú network yín.
Olóòtú, you are breaking up seriously.
Network.
Oh, okay. Ṣé ẹ ti ń gbọ́ mi báyìí?
À ń gbọ́. I think one thing.
Okay, I'm trying to move around to try to change my location. So they said this man will marry a woman if the woman is under 19 years old and that he is stinkingly rich. So, and then the parents will be happy because, you know, he's a rich man. So all these things is really very, very difficult to know where we are. But I think as parents, we have to be vigilant. As women, we have to be vigilant. Thank you, Otumba. We are taking questions. Alagbade Tunji, ṣẹ́yìn nìyẹn.
Èmi ni o.
Okay, go ahead.
Mo kí gbogbo ilé o, ẹ kújọ́ mẹ́ta o, ṣàlàáfíà lẹ́wà o.
Adúpẹ́ òyìnbó là ń sọ òṣè lè yá díẹ̀.
Òyìnbó kẹ̀.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, last week ni ẹnìkan tó jẹ́ pẹ̀lú pé I was absent in this place. Mo wò pé ẹ má bínú pé mo wá bẹ̀ ọ́, ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ ń gbà yẹn kò tètè yé mi, torí ẹ̀ ni mo ṣe tètè kúrò ń bẹ̀. So then gbà tí mo wá tún wá gbọ́ pé àwọn kinní ni wọ́n ti ń ṣe host nísìn, pé a lè máa ṣe host láti odidi ìlú yẹn o. We cannot be hosting for all the way from London, because we have to take permission from King Charles first.
What is your question, Mr. Atewoni Legacy?
Wọ́n fẹ́ kàn block àwọn nìyẹn, má wọrí, ẹ jẹ́ kó continue.
Ẹntẹ́ ń bú yìí, wọ́n ní dà lọ́wọ́ láti block yín, táwọn èèyàn ní gbóhùn yín rárá.
Okay, mo tọrọ gáfárà, mo sorry, you know, I saw a ìdíjọ́ mi. There are 2 cases tí mo ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ question, and those cases are far away cases. Mama Akiriade, was it Akiriade, who was Commissioner for Education? Janet Akiriade,
Yes.
One very beautiful woman. Nígbà yẹn, àwọn kan sọ wípé, I mean, I was very small too. She had a relationship with one politician. That is why I thought we need that plush portfolio. It was later on I heard where she was the daughter of Oni of Ife. How true was that?
No, Mama Akiriade, Janet Akiriade, daughter No, wọn kì í ṣe daughter Ọọ̀ni of Ife. If you are talking about kí ni orúkọ first daughter Ọọ̀ni Adésọjí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni sà, bẹ́ẹ̀ni mà.
Ejumade.
Ejumade Alákìjà.
Tejumade Alákìjà, yes ma, yes ma. Yeah, Tejumade Alákìjà. Yeah. They said it like that. Then later on, wọ́n sọ pé no, it's not because pé wọ́n ní relationship pẹ̀lú that politician, but because she was the daughter to Ooni of Ife at that time. That was a relationship that's supposed to be an adult relationship. And why in Yoruba cultural parlance, they still find a derogatory opportunity to look at it as a situation that they have to complain about. However, you go to another culture, they will prefer an 11-year-old or 10-year-old to be a wife, no matter who hurt them. In other words, what is the culture of Nigeria? Is it a multicultural or a selective culture that it is what you do that is right, depending on who did it and depending on the kind of children or parents you have? Because from this, 1974, I left Ebenezer Ekotedo. I went to St. James's Ibadan, Okebola. Àwọn ọmọ tá a jọ kúrò ní àwọn ọmọ tó wà ní the children that I left at Ebenezer that were living in Agbeni found a way to talk to me, which my father would not allow. So when I left, when I was going to St. James's Okebola on my way home to Agbeni, they accosted me. There are two girls. And fortunately for me, or unfortunately for me, my father was passing by and saw me going with two girls. I got home, the man pounced on me. Seriously. These are supposed to be my age mates, while giving me reasons why I should leave Ebenezer Ekotedo to St. James's. And if that is the case, how can we at this time be allowing a grown-ass man destroying our culture? What can we do about this? And what is the cultural heritage of several African or Nigerian cultural situations? How can we take care of this situation and just tell our children, say, look, if this is not the case like this, this is a situation when I tell you, if I say I don't speak Yoruba and I don't want my son to speak Yoruba, because if I allow my son to speak Yoruba, but now I will call them, bring it out in the open. I'm 11-year-old. My son is 14.
So who wants to take up that question? Mama?
I can't click, so.
Okay.
Yeah, not just that question. I think the question will be, I'll try to answer it in addition to other things that we say. But before that question, I think Baba Ankole asked, why do women support those who harass, the men who harass? I would say probably it's an attempt to get power or to get favors from those who hold the ultimate power or the bigger share of power. I will liken it to what is going on in the US now, where I reside. You know, when the president says, I want only I want only those who are loyal to me, and you better be loyal to me, otherwise, and you can fill in the gaps. They will not, the GOP candidates will not be supported, and that means they will not win their constituency. So in the power structure that we have, society-wide, women, those who support, those who harass, they want a share of the power. So if they behave, if they are loyal to those who hold the power, then they will get a little bit part of the share of the power. So that's one. And I saw that lawyer Akinshala typed in envy, jealousy, cowardice. That's part of it, that they are afraid to speak up. Because if they do speak up, they will be punished and they'll be denied what is right to them. Again, there's the question of power imbalance. And maybe that has to do with what Amoye Babade Boye said, what I call when he said he was, because he was well behaved, he was not running after his students, while he was a lecturer. The girls, the female students, thought that it was because he couldn't perform. And so they started harassing him or making fun of him. That's another form of harassment, which is sexually related, but not proper sexual harassment. But I will not go deep into that because I'm not very familiar with it. But it can also be that sexual harassment, especially in the student lecturer relationship, had become the norm, that many students thought that all they had to do was to please the teacher before they could pass their courses. When I was a student, when I was in college, there was a student who was pretty, very curvy, and she repeated her final year, I think, 4 or 5 times. Everybody, yes, everybody, it was at Ife. Everybody knew her because she refused to give in to this particular lecturer. And the lecturer said until she gave in, he would not pass her. So she kept repeating and repeating and repeating. It was famous. And it was unfortunate that none of the other lecturers, male lecturers, I don't know how many female lecturers they had then, spoke on her behalf. Maybe a few took the lecturer out and, begged him. They were begging. They didn't call him out to say what you are doing is not right. So that the final year, when I think, because I met her in school and I think we graduated together. I think finally something was done, either the lecturer left or something. But that really affected me. When I started teaching at Ife, and the same cycle seemed to be repeated. Fortunately, I was not sexually harassed as a student. I think because I was in the crazy class group, so nobody dared move near me. But that girl's case and what was going on really affected me. So when I started teaching at Ife, the same Ife, and the same cycle seemed to be repeating itself. So some of us, 3 of us, female lecturers, got together and we formed what we called Hope Line. We said, we sent out flyers that at certain time, after school. We'll be at our office. We gave our numbers. You can call us and report any lecturer that was harassing. You know, this is all confidential, but we won't give your name except you want us to give. But name that lecturer. And we said we were ready to sacrifice our careers. 3 of us. We said we were ready to sacrifice our careers to pursue this. So we started rotating, staying at our offices, waiting for the phone to ring. Phone never ring. First month, second month. So I went to some of my female students. I said, what is going on? You know, what is going on? We're seeing, and you know, no phone call, but we know that this is happening. And two of them took me aside and said, Mama,
Yes, yes.
Pardon? Oh.
I said, Rumba one.
Rumba. So, no, it would be good. So, two of them called me aside and said, Mama, you know, we didn't want to tell you, but this girl said you are really protecting your interest.
Wow.
How?
We were protecting our husbands, or we want to catch, or no, we were protecting ourselves as women because we want to catch our husbands.
Oh.
I mean, I was deflated when I told my two other colleagues.
But your husbands were teaching in the school. Is that what?
That's what they were insinuating.
Okay.
That, you know, I don't know, but that's what these girls told me. And we were very close. I was very close to them. And I know they wouldn't lie. So we were deflated. But when we didn't get any specific case, and I think that encouraged another lecturer who was my classmate at the university. So he became so emboldened that it became scandalous. And we said that we don't want what was done some years back to repeat itself. So anyway, we pushed that case and an investigation was conducted by the university authorities, and 3 of us were there. No, 2 of us were there, part of the investigating team. But the girls were so afraid that many of them testified behind hidden curtain. So we had to build a shelter for them to testify. So you know, they were afraid, but that had become the culture over time. I remember also one of my class colleagues wrote in the newspapers that, what do you want us to do? We are very young men, and when these girls, daughters of Eve, walk across the room, swinging their buttocks and their waist and something, what do you want us to do? We are full-blooded, red-blooded young men. In the Times, Daily Times, it was published. So that's, you know, so it's a kind of circular thing. Then, as to what can we do? Did we have it before? Basically, I will quote 2 examples from dramatized examples from the same author, who happens to be Wole Soyinka. The first one.
You know him?
No idea.
Yeah. Somebody said you look alike, and yet you don't know him.
You know, people are created doubles, so.
That's a nice one.
Yeah. So the first play is The Lion and the Jewel.
Yeah.
Which was written, which he wrote when he was about 26 or 27. So he was a young, virile man. at that time. And in this story, it's about the chief of the village, advanced in age. And then there is this young girl who was about 17 or 18, but she became the object of a photographer who came. And so she saw herself really pretty and so on. And the baale of the village saw the collection of photos, and of course, he wanted to basically, but he had to go about in a cunning way. So he told his, so he tried to approach the girl, and the girl made fun of him. You know, you can't do anything anymore. So, so the baale then approached his eldest wife and said, "Oh, what a shame. It's true. I can't do anything anymore." And the wife, the eldest wife, went to tell Sidi, the young girl, "Don't worry. You can go and tease him. He can't do anything anymore." So the girl went in, and of course, the man was lying. So,
oh my God,
he raped her, or he had sex with her. But then the twist is that the girl says, "Oh man, such a virile man at such a ripe old age, I'm going to marry him." So they got married. So that's that. That was many years ago. Then the second one, which he wrote as he was getting into the Middle Ages. And this is where I'm coming with the Gbesele syndrome. I spoke earlier, I said that we had checks and balances. So in this second play, Death and the King's Horseman, the King's Horseman, Election Oba in Yoruba, that's the title, you know, had to commit suicide since the king had died. It was his position, it was demanded of his position. So on his journey to death, to self-suicide or to suicide, he saw this beautiful young girl in the market and he wanted her. And of course, as a man about to die, he could not be denied everything. So he spoke to Iyaloja. Incidentally, the girl was betrothed to Iyaloja's son. And she said, "Well, this is the custom. We can't deny you anything. You're about to die for the cause of our culture." So he prepared the girl for marriage. But then, and this is where the check comes in, she warned him very seriously that you are going to create a new life on your deathbed, that this is not right. And as it happens, because he broke the spell, he was not going to poison himself, he was going to dance himself to death. Because he broke that spell, he could not commit the suicide before the white man interrupts the journey. So now come and see Iyaloja really whiplash him with her tongue that he had broken the rule, that he had committed an abominable offense, and that's why he could not complete the rite. Of course, the Election Oba's son, who was studying in England, came home. Immediately he learned that the Alaafin had died. And then when he saw his father alive, he turned away from him. So the man was in disgrace. So even though we had checks and balances, even though there was the Gbesele syndrome, commanded the woman, there were checks and balances. And if these were broken, then there was a price to pay. Unfortunately, as the white man, the white colonial officer, came to interrupt the Election Oba's journey to death, so colonialism has interrupted our cultures. And we have broken those checks and balances. We now just take power anyhow. We now understand the power, how to use power. We don't know how to control the power. The other thing that I think it's important to call attention to is our initiation ceremonies. And that's what I was trying to allude to when I said, bring the boys along. We used to have initiation ceremonies for boys and girls. And it is during this period, and I studied this, it is during this period that territories are created. There are many things that go into it, but there is a lot taught about sexuality and sexual behavior, sexual control in both girls and boys initiation ceremonies. But where are initiation ceremonies now? We don't have them anymore.
Oh, I didn't able.
We don't have them anymore. So, Baba Amoye, Adeniro, when you said in Gbongan, in Ipetumodu, and so on, yes, in rural areas in those days, those mores prevailed. You could not just go and grab any girl.
No, come here.
At all. But we see that where we have these incidences of ọmọ ọlọ́sàn, ọmọ ọlọ́jà rọ̀lẹ́, o lè purọ́ fún mi pé òun number. They were in the cities. These were spaces. These were spaces created by the colonial something where anything goes.
I think there's confusion about what you do.
Yeah. So that's why we need to return to that. I'm not saying we should have those initiation ceremonies and so on, but in our present understanding, in our present realities, in the spaces, now we all occupy the same spaces. We should know the boundaries. We should start talking about the boundaries and telling our kids, be they boys or girls, about these boundaries and the consequences if the boundaries are broken.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Yeye. So I'm looking at Yellowfin, yes.
Yes, ma. Yeah, I raised up my hands because Mommy Omofalabo raised very crucial points, and she brilliantly presented stuff that really touched my nerve, especially when she was talking about the issues in the university and all that. Because, I mean, I went to Ife, to Great Ife, ma. I went to Ife, law faculty, and the culture in the law faculty, and I want to say that, of course, ma, I never would have met you in school. And I didn't even realize you were there anyway. So I graduated 92, then went to law school. Went to law school in 93, and then served 94, came to the US immediately. So that was mine. But during that time, and the law faculty at that time, I don't know what happened when I was out. Our lecturers are very astute, and I don't want to say they are above let me say men who would say or want to prove their virality, like Mama said, and like Baba Shoyinka alluded in his book. But Mama, you really, truly, brilliantly presented all those two issues, and the way you dissected it, it really took me. But where I wanted to start from is the university thing. And I was going somewhere with the faculty of law, what do you call it, the professors. They were never into sexual harassment or anything. No. Maybe because they know the law, maybe because at that time they were like, they just want to teach you and get out of, So, and of course, civil rights, human rights, whatever you call it, in Nigeria, almost everybody that's championing civil rights, human rights, and everything in between came out of Ife. Is it Baba? What do you call this man?
Olorode.
Huh?
Olorode.
Is it Babolo? Even this man now, Baba Falana, Baba Gani Fawemi, even Baba, the one that has a school now, the one that had his escapade with what's his name now?
Afe Babalala.
Arotimi. Yes, Afe Babal, all of them, so they came out of Ife sort of. So we never had that, or I didn't face that with our faculty, but we have, of course, we always have to have general studies, and it is the borrowed courses when our female, my friends, my seniors, all of them have borrowed courses in, is it religion studies, is it humanities, the department humanities has a lot of courses under it, or psychology, and that is where I got mine from. And this was so, I don't want to say it's brutal, it was very subtle. What happened to me was that I don't want to call the lecturer's name, but if I'm forced to, I would say it out. And this guy he made me first of all, made me the class captain. I think I was in part 2 or part 1, I can't even remember again. And it was psychology class. And so that I would be in his presence almost every time when he wants to pass anything along to my friends, the co-course mates. So I will be in his presence. I'll go to his class or his faculty room office, and he will be telling, oh yeah, you are, okay, your name, oh, you are from Oyo State, I'm from Oyo State too. Oh, you are Baptist, oh, I'm Baptist too. And you lawyers, no, I mean, he laid the foundation well, sir. So he said, it was very subtle. And he said, oh, you know what? You people, lawyers are movers and shakers here in Nigeria, but in America, where I trained, because he trained in America, psychologists, psychiatrists, all of them, they really make good money. They are very well on top, like lawyers here, and he was saying that, but here we don't have the clout that you lawyers have. We're not as respected, blah, blah, blah. And then he started saying, I really want to marry you. He came up front. And I said, sir, I'm a very young girl, no. I'm just big. I'm just, and I was trying to even body shame myself, because I was young, of course, at that time. And I said, no, I don't even know what you're saying. And then he didn't say anything. He would still put it in every once in a while. He never touched me. He never forced me against my will. He didn't close the door or, that was maybe because of his orientation, having studied and grown up maybe in the US, so that was that part. But what he did to me was really very sad. He couldn't fail me because I knew my stuff. But the next semester, that was 204, my 206, is it 206 or 106? I can't remember which one. Anyway, so now I failed that. And I'm like, how could I? Everybody was like, why can you fail psychology 106 UK? So we now started saying, okay, what are we going to do? So I went to our faculty officer. And the faculty officer, in the company of 2 of my friends also. And 2 of my friends are actually also being victimized by another lecturers who are in the humanities too, social sciences, and happened to be the same lecturer whose lecture I failed. So Baba said, okay, all 3 of you, I'm going with you. So we went to the guy. And the guy looked at all of us, and Baba was pleading. And he said, who is this one? So he was looking at me. Why are you here? I don't even know you. Da, 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 da. And then I told him my name and my number, because we don't write our names on our papers. You know that, mommy. So it was our jump number that we use. So, and he looked on his, kò ṣẹ̀mí o. Dálálálálá ni o. Òun lẹ máa lọ bẹ̀ ọ́. Òun ló sọ pé bye. This guy is so brilliant, this and that. And Baba said, okay, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, kí lọmọ ìfẹ́ ṣe ń sìn? So he said, don't worry, let's just put in for next session and do it again. Carry it over. And there I still had grace, right? But what if that was my last year in the university? That would have held me back because of what I didn't want to do with the person that said he wants to marry me. Okay, I said I'm too young. But I got to be failed because of it. Yeah. And my other 2 friends were because of this very lecturer who said, well, I'm going to sleep with you. We were all law students.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, if I may, let me come in a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Adeyemi College of Education that I went to is the most notorious college for that. I don't know whether it's still happening now. It went back to the point that there was a lecturer, I don't know whether he's even dead or alive. I can even mention his name, I don't care. He was the head of department for education. And you know that education was the basis of what we were doing at Adeyemi College of Education.
Your teachers.
I spent 3 years there. Every year of my 3 years there, this professor married himself. 1979, he got married to a lady who was an SU, and we thought, she was an SU. Before we knew it, she became pregnant for this teacher. The year that followed, 1980, another girl, Shade, became pregnant for this man. And my final year, another girl who came after me. Now,
one per year.
Universal distributor.
Is it from Ogbomoso?
Yeah, no, it's an Ife man, unfortunately.
Is he a kitty?
I don't know whether it's Adenina or Adedina, whatever. He did it. Do you want to tell me that the school authority didn't know what he was doing?
They knew it.
They will go for the naming. It's a call. There are other professors, other lecturers. They will go for the naming ceremony of every year.
Yes. In fact, Mama Yusuf, this culture is so prevalent, like Mama said earlier. The other men in the faculty, they know it. And that's why this faculty officer, Baba, he was a very good man to all of us. He didn't know any one of us, but the way he relates to us is the sort of like he knows us from the home, and he didn't know anybody. Everybody is so much, they respect him because he wants to, every time he comes in contact with you, we say, do this, sort of what a parent would say to a child at home going to school, So, but the truth is, this culture, it's made pervasive because everybody is saying, kokuku shomo mi. But when it comes to be omoe, it would have been too late.
Mm-hmm.
The men enabled others, and the women, they are cowered into silence because few of them will be given, of course, trade-offs. Like that lady that's now saying, oh, let's recall Natasha and all that. It's because she has a position with them. She's somebody's PA. She has had a portfolio or an office or something that is working for her. And she must have also even been promised that something will inure to her eventually if this is able to, if they are able to bring this lady down. Now, why am I saying this? Do you know this particular lecturer that was failing people, the same one that failed me that I didn't have business with? That guy, it was 2 years before I graduated IFE that they actually talked about him. The national newspaper brought him out, and at that point, they fired him. One lady dared, spoke up. And that lady was like Natasha we are having now. So it was that lady that brought him down. Because that thing became national issue. Mama Yusuf, you're breaking up.
During time.
Your system is breaking up.
Your system is breaking up, Mama Yusuf.
My work.
I think it's your network. It's your network.
Yeah, your network is.
So, yes,
ma. Well, we can hear you now.
So the point is, I think during your time, Yalofin, it was getting better. I'm talking about 1979 to 1981. We had it rough.
In my this I was talking about 1970.
Can you imagine? 1970. I was only 1 year old, man.
I was talking about 1979. Don't make me feel so old. So, but let's go back to Natasha's case.
There is one punishment that is possible. The punishment that is possible happened when I was teaching in Lagos. I was teaching SS1 to SS3 in mathematics and chemistry. So there was this girl. She was going to do GSS3 exam, and I was taking the integrated science. She was bigger than her age, and in fact, everything was there with her. But they usually see her with me because the mother gave me money to do lesson for her. So one day, I don't know what happened, she got pregnant, and the father, when the father came to school, the regalia was like as tall as Cocoa House. Ember form of million kọ́tètè wá jẹ́wọ́ ní ìsinyìí o kódà bẹ́ẹ̀ yóò fò yóò níṣó. The first person everybody looked at was me. I was like, ẹni tí ò bá níyà kò lè dégbò ẹ̀yìn. That was my own. Ìṣọ́mọ Èkó ọmọ Ìbàdàn lẹ́mí gbogbo eléyìí mi ò bá wọn ṣe mi ò Èkó mo ṣe dẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ni. Meanwhile, àṣé àdúgbò wọn ni àwọn fellow ọmọlékéwú ti dáràbà with that little girl. So it was later on ni bàbá yẹn now came to school and told the proprietor at Gideon Comprehensive Isolo, pé òun sorry gan, ẹ mọ́ bínú gan, nítorí ṣe ìbínú lòun fi wá, torí wọ́n lọ́mọ kan wọ́n ní tíṣà kan wà bẹ́ẹ̀ tó jọ́pọ̀ ọ̀dọ̀ rẹ̀ ni mo ń dé sí. Mo fẹ́ fi hàn pé nǹkan bẹ. So there are punishment opportunities. That is, tó bá fẹ́ instill punishment here on people. Tó bá fẹ́ ṣe. But it is tó bá fẹ́ ṣe. And àwọn òbí mi ń gbà mí, they don't want to do that. They will be like, ọ̀sán àti fún lóyún ọ̀fẹ́ ni o. You know. So there are situations like that too. Because this case was, I mean, the man, you know, was our age, and the affair was, you know, saying that okay, mọ̀lẹ́kẹ́ òun náà ni kíní kan nǹkan tó bá jẹyàn lọ́wọ́ ó ti wá ti dòun náà nù. So it is not only the fact that the peer group cannot actually help. The peer group of the teachers is not that they cannot also help. The contemporaries of the students, it's not that they cannot. The parents are also encouraging it. Yeah. So it was not actually.
No, I disagree. They are not encouraging it. There wasn't any. They are without help at that point. They are helpless. There's nothing they can do. Because
that's where poverty comes in. Issue of poverty.
Oh, yes.
Exactly. The framework is not helping matters. The legal framework, the political framework, and even Baba was saying so, the economic framework. They are poor. You do the crime, hey, the time is what you will do. So the time now is to marry the girl at that point, because given their circumstance. But without going astray from those 4 things or this program, I know that Olori Modupelipede, she posted 4 questions onto the platform, you know, in the chat room. At that time, I screened and I took a picture of it. I want to just try and attempt to answer maybe 1 or 2 of those, if I'm permitted, before we go on a tangent.
What was the question?
There are 4. So one of them is that how can Nigeria ensure safer environments for women in politics? And we're saying it may not be just politics, in every area,
every sphere,
every sphere, every facet of life. Now, the second one is that what reforms are necessary to prevent retaliation against whistleblowers? Then the third one, should civil society have a formal oversight role in political ethics? The fourth one is, should more women run for public office to bridge the gender inequality?
Yes.
Starting from below, to me, I would say yes.
Please, can you repeat the last one?
Okay, ma, the last one.
They don't even show up on my chat box.
Oh, because she's put it there while she was presenting.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it should still be there.
It should still be there, yeah.
But
should more women run for public
No, it's not showing on my. I'm having problems with
the
typing,
screen,
with viewing everything in the chat box. I can't.
Okay, the fourth one, ma, is that should more women run for public office to bridge the gender inequality?
Yeah.
Okay, so starting from below, I mean, there's nothing that will say for us to answer that in the negative. Anything that makes women more progressive than we are now in the society is welcome. So for me, I would say yes. But we all know the handicap to why women would not actually make it up to that level, the final stage where there will be selection in-house, you know, when they say primaries, let alone now nationally. So that is one thing, because If it is not money, there are so many impediments. If it is not money, it will be, we have talked about the misogynistic situation that women find, that men, the platform on which women cannot, some women cannot work on that, because some women, they don't want to do quid pro quo, like your body for what you want, trade-offs.
Yeah.
And because of that, women are being cheated out of their the leadership, the roles that they should have been able to play, given their skills, their gifts, their talents, their abilities, and everything that even their expertise, their education, what they've gone to school for, what they know to do, their managerial skills as mothers, as even a lady, a female that is well trained, that is unmarried, is a very good manager, given the opportunity that is there. And of course, it will be a yes. Let's have a level playing field. Let's have equal participation. Let's make everything as easy and accessible as it is done for men. Let that be done for women too. That's where I come in. Now, the second one, it says, should civil society have a formal oversight role in political ethics? I mean, that is very loaded. Civil society is like this, one of the stakeholders. Yes, they shouldn't take control of the oversight, because for lack of for not being looked at as being biased. You remember what almost took place during the first investigative session these people put up, where this woman, what's her name now?
Natasha.
Ekwesili, no.
Oh,
Ekwesili.
Obi.
Yeah, Mama Obi Ekwesili. She was one of the people who was invited into the panel. It's like an ethics investigative group that's supposed to review everything that happened between Senator Natasha, and Senate President Akpabio. But the men, again, would not allow, not even for the woman or someone to be sworn in to take evidence into, to present evidence before them. They would not allow it. And that woman, Ekwesili, the woman, she couldn't have it. And that's why she had to interject and brought about, it's as if she jumped out of her skin, to prevent another harassment, against the person who they are supposed to be taking testimony from. And that day, that was the first panel that was convened. They could not move forward just because of that action that is egregious, but to me, I believe that civil society is one stakeholder, but there should also be other institutes or similarly situated representative of the other forums, to be amongst the people who will be sitting, on the role of political ethical committee, if I make sense. Now,
yes, I do.
Then she also said, and then we can actually help in the sense that, like the Elders Council, the Elders Council can help, and Elders Council can actually be a stakeholder also on that panel. So, and I see Baba, the faculty officer, who actually helped me and my other friends at that point as being an elder that helped us. assuming that type of a man is not there, who knows what would have happened to us. So now, yes, ma'am. Number one, she says, how can Nigeria ensure safer environment for women in politics? And we said it's not just for women. And then she also says something about retaliation against whistleblowers. That has to be a policy. We have to make sure that there is policy. Yeah, we have it on the books. We have the laws in the Constitution. And I've told you how even some states have directly, promulgated some laws and included it in their own laws as part of their civil state laws. But we can take it a top notch, as in policy, the policy that will guide maybe the senators or legislatures anywhere in the states, or even the collegial if you want to talk about the institutions, the institution of higher learning, different panels, but even in a private institution, as well as corporations, there has to be a legal framework, a policy that will be able to help to prevent and address harassment, which they will follow. And of course, education, awareness, advocacy. People have to know their rights. You need to let them know. And administratively, they will be able to explore that administrative mechanism before they now go out into the civil society, into, maybe take it to the courts, courthouse, which is what Senator Natasha was trying to do before they blew everything out of proportion, because they didn't want anything to come into the limelight. They just wanted to shout her down, just like that. So I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, everybody. I'm surprised that there's still hands up. Okay. Baba Moye, ẹjọ́ ẹ fún mi láyè kí n pe Alhaji Abbas. Then after that, ẹ̀yin Amoye, ẹ dákun. Alhaji Abbas, do you want to make it brief so that we can move on? Ẹ ṣé. Alhaji Abbas, ẹ túra yín lẹ̀. Ẹ tètè túra yín lẹ̀ torí mi ti ń kọrin ọjọ́ òní lọ tán o.
Alhaji Abbas, ìgbà tán fún wa ní nǹkan ọdún, that's why.
Alhaji Abbas, mú ìtara yín sà. Ok, ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ gbé fún bàbá l'Ógbómọ̀ṣọ́.
Ok, bàbá l'Ógbómọ̀ṣọ́.
Ọ̀túnba
bàbá l'Ógbómọ̀ṣọ́ yín ló kàn. Ok.
Hello. What's going on now? Whose phone is that? Yeah, thank you.
Ẹ sọ̀rọ̀ bàbá Bánkọ́lé.
Yeah, mo ń sọ̀rọ̀. Mi sọ̀rọ̀ sókè tó ní.
A ti ń gbọ́ yín báyìí.
Okay, thank you, Ma. Thank you very much, all the speakers. You have really made sense of this situation. But what I just want us to remember is that this woman, Natasha, needs our support because she's been so resilient. If you imagine, can you imagine what she went through even ever before she came to the Senate during her election? There was a force that was mounted against her. At a point, they dug up the road leading to her polling station so that people will not be able to come and vote for him.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that kind of assault on a woman? How do you want women to rise in politics if they keep treating them this way? And even after getting to the Senate, she was not considered to be part of her group because she came 6 months late because of the court cases. She was, I don't know whether you call that demotion, or she wasn't recognized the same way people who are voted in the same year with her were recognized. And let me remind you, Akpabio, I think in the 9th Senate or 8th Senate, when Bukola Saraki was Senate president, he did the same thing, the same very thing that he's now accusing Natasha to have done. He did the same thing. His seat was moved He didn't like it, and he rose up there and he was lambasting Bukola Saraki. He got so heated, even much more than this one that we saw with Natasha. And he did not suffer any consequence for that. Now, when the ethics committee was going to investigate Natasha, she went to court that committee should not sit. The court gave her an injunction that they shouldn't sit, but they went and sat and sent her on suspension. And thereafter, they went back to the court to how do you call it, to vacate that order. Do you see how Nigerian system works, Madam Tinola? I mean, what would you say of that? That's why I said it happens here. So in Nigeria, where there's no law, you can expect anything to happen. So they don't even care about, it's just like Trump days. They don't care about what the lawyer or what the judge says.
Yes, sir.
They just do whatever they want to do. So yeah, it's nice to have women come up, but if a woman is not ready to go through what Natasha is going through, I don't think they should come out. Because these men are too viral. They are like dogs in that place. It's just, you think Akpabio is the only one looking at Natasha. There'll be 20 of them who want Natasha to come to their place. So it's a very dangerous arena for any woman to be in. Look at what she called the senator representing Abuja, FCT.
Oh, yeah, Ireti King Gibe.
Ireti King.
Yes.
She went through hell with all these Wike and all others. Do you think it's just because they don't, because of any political or any ideology? No. It's because this is what men do. It's crazy. But I'm surprised that the same King Gibe will not defend Natasha. You know, it's too bad what these women do to women. I'm sorry to say. Thank you, Olutu.
Yes, ma'am. If I may say something, sir, I believe, Baba, what you said is right. But the thing is, like also, but there is strength in numbers, right? So igi kan ò lè dágbó ṣe kó tó ṣe bí òwe. Ẹ foríjì mi. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we have 4 of them there.
No,
and none of them
but
will come
wait,
to our
sir.
aid.
If we zoom into the 4 of them, what they have gone through before, you're talking about 4 out of 106.
Yes.
What can you do?
And I think that's where the public comes in.
Exactly.
We cannot leave it just to those female
to those 4.
They are vastly
exactly,
outnumbered.
Exactly.
That is my point.
We need women's voices, civil society, not in any
organized fashion.
Women to come out.
Stakeholders, community, every one of us.
Unfortunately, the community is not forthcoming.
Because, and that is why, Mama Yusuf, I said something about education, awareness, advocacy. We don't know this. Like we've all, Mama Omofolabo, in fact, outside the one that you care to share, Ma, I know you still have more than 1 or 2 that you can definitely project out there, because I can give you even a meeting. I can give you instances, but and we are saying it's not just the regular just you're fine, you're shaking it. Hey, it could be part of it, but if the intensity is not there and is not frequent, is not consistent, and the touching, the harassment, the assault is not part of it, it may not necessarily be sexual harassment. And that is why we need to be educated. And when we are educated, our government need to codify this thing, put it in a policy paper, according to every establishment, is zero tolerance. It doesn't have to be men, because we have some women too. I watch Nollywood very well. Some secretaries too, they just come and say they will wear skimpy anything, but you have the right to wear anything you want, except that you have to respect the office. Because even here in the United States, during the summer, they will be reminding us female and girls what we can wear and what we cannot wear. What they project to be decent, as opposed to just dressing, people sometimes it's very hot. You just want you to breathe, your body to breathe. But can you do that in an office environment?
No.
So all those things they need to tell us. And there has to be zero tolerance, regardless of whose ox is God. When you were talking about creating the Hope Line, Mama, the Hope Line you guys, you and your colleagues created, it was a very beautiful and laudable idea you did. Except that, of course, with the exception of what they said, maybe you are trying to protect your men, and then they may say, these women are trying to reel us in so that they will come against us and be saying, hey, you want my husband to go to, things like that. Aside from that, what you did, the forum and the method, I say thank you for trying, but perhaps it was not the best. Perhaps you would have had a place outside of the university vicinity where they can be more, where they can be freer, outspoken, where they can come and people will know, they are not being threatened. They are not afraid to go, all those things. That the method, the medium that you're using may not be appropriate or conducive to them. And that's why you see them bringing up certain excuses, which may not necessarily be the very reason why they are not coming. I tell you. So, and then, of course, how do we report? That is the method they report. We have different ways we can report. That has to be part of the policy, the guidelines. And what do you do to that person who is the harasser? Because that's also very important. Because after I now go out and tell people, this is why women they rarely come out and say, I'm being raped or I'm being violated. Because everybody you are going up against, they have done it similarly. Or someone
they feel like, what's the big deal?
What's the big deal? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, but unless when we start to punish, when people pay, because in some of the laws in Nigeria, the victims can be compensated, or the victim can also have a public apology, But sometimes women don't just want money. They just want to be, what do you call it? Respected.
Yes.
Respected. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. If we look at our time is far, far gone.
Let me just quickly, one minute. Thank you for your suggestion, lawyer. But I'm talking in the 70s. First, we were using the phone. We didn't ask them to come in, just call and report, And this was in the 70s. We could not go out of campus to the town, except you're very close. The other girls that I said we were close to, they were discussing with me. We were meeting socially, generally. And two, we did not, it is true, we did not achieve our results, but we did, something positive came out of it, that the other guy who was, he behaved so badly because he became so like a Jessica, and investigation, we carried out an investigation. The university then stepped in, and that lecturer was sacked. But then within a year, another university took him up. So, but I really appreciate your presentations, your explanation. We need to know the rule of law. And that's it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to call Baba and then
Alhaji Abbas today o.
Bọ́ńbó náà lọ pè wọ́n.
Wọ́n lọ Àwórì, wọ́n lọ Àwórì.
Rárá, wọ́n ń sá torí wọn ò fẹ́ràn ọdún, wọn ò gbé nǹkan ọdún ránṣẹ́ pẹ̀lú bá ṣe jọ wà ládùúgbò.
Ó yá ìṣẹ́jú kan, wọ́n ní ká má dẹ̀ gbàgbé kẹwẹ́ létà o.
Gbogbo ẹ̀ la máa tẹ́kẹ̀ ẹjọ́ ẹ má bínú. Mo fẹ́ ṣe colonoscopy test tomorrow, so wọ́n fún mi ní tó ń jẹ́ kí n lọ sí toilet all the time. So mo wà ní toilet ìgbà tẹ́ ń pè yẹn ni. So ẹ jẹ́ má bínú. So quickly.
Pẹ̀lẹ́ old age o.
Ó ní amúkùnrin ẹrù ẹ̀ lówó olókèlè ń wo ẹ̀ wo ìsàlẹ̀. Kí ló fa gbogbo ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀? I mean, wọ́n gbà tẹ́mi wà ní high school. I left high school 74. In my high school, àwọn teachers, almost all the teachers, number one my school soon. As a matter of fact, the principal, yes, principal, impregnate one girl. I swear to God Almighty. So, that's a long story. I need time from here. That's how society is rotting. I mean, everywhere I go, I see sexual harassment all the time. Number one, they need to criminalize sexual harassment. Like they said, it should be zero tolerance. It's so rampant that you can't imagine. But where am I going? God Almighty in His infinite wisdom. Ọlọ́run sọ nínú òwe tiwa, Ọlọ́run dá man weak. He made man. The man is weak, naturally speaking. Some people, they have problem due to emotionally being weak, or it may be due to chemical imbalance. It may be, all kind of things. So, they cannot. They are being addicted. They cannot help themselves. So, to address all these issues, that brings it to my religion. Islam recognize gbogbo tó lè ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú society. Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ fi òfin pé okay o. Ńgbà tọ́lọ́run ní pé káwọn obìnrin kan máa dress modestly in order not to be harassed in the society. There is a reason behind it. Not only that, kò ń ṣobìnrin nìkan. Ọkùnrin ó ní lower your gaze. The fact obìnrin dress scantily does not mean you should be gazing.
Did you?
Yes. Ó ní pé ẹ̀yin ọkùnrin tẹ́ bá ń lọ in society, you must lower your gaze.
So àwọn tí wọ́n ń sọ wípé beauty Natasha ló wà ó distract wọn ojú wọn kọ́ ìsájà kan díjú wọn.
Lẹ́tọ̀ níyàwó ni kó lọ́ máa wo ìyàwó ẹ̀ tó wà nílé náà ṣé obìnrin ìyàwó oníyàwó ní kó máa wo ni.
Exactly.
So not only that, ó sọ pé táwọn ọmọ tán bá ti the age of puberty, you must separate boys from girls because Ọlọ́run mọ̀ pé àwọn nǹkan báyìí ó lè máa ṣẹlẹ̀. So you have to separate them. You cannot leave them alone by themselves. You cannot let them sleep together because Ọlọ́run mọ̀ pé, human beings are naturally weak. Not only that's why you see when we go to the mosque, women stay separately, men pray separately. When we are in the society where anywhere there's no mixing of boys and girls, men and women. You only have access to your wife, and you only control your that which is your own. So kí ni society ń ṣe to address these issues? Because àwọn ọkùnrin àwọn náà wà on top of everything, they would not address the issues. They will not address the issue. So ẹ̀yin obìnrin ẹ̀yin lẹ ní láti dìde, ẹ̀yin lẹ ní láti gbára yín lẹ̀. They need to find a permanent solution. Let them criminalize it. Anybody tó bá travel kan lọ fi wọ́n jófin. Ìlú tí ò sí òfin ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ò sí. And because nobody has been made to pay, that's why it continues and it will continue.
ẹ ṣeun
Ẹ ṣé bàbá.
òun náà là ń sọ àti pé Alhaji Abbas ẹ má bínú ṣe rí i pé a tún wá ń fi nǹkan kọ́ obìnrin lọ́rùn yẹn kò dáa and modesty is also very relative nǹkan tẹ́mi bá wọ̀ ńgbà mi tí bá rò pé modest not necessarily what you think is modest especially where your religion is coming from. So why am I saying that?
But the point is, you don't want to be, negligent on your part. Don't contribute to your own demise.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
Don't lead men on. Don't lead men on.
Men must have self-control.
Lawyer Tinu Ejo, Alhaji Abbas. Yes. Natasha tá ń sọ yìí, tẹ́ bá wò ó ń ṣíra sílẹ̀ náà.
Ó tiẹ̀ ṣíra lẹ̀.
Ọmọ yẹn ò kì í ṣára sílẹ̀.
Wọ́n tiẹ̀
máa
sọ
borí ó máa borí ẹ̀ ní time àti tó wé gèlè.
So ìyẹn kọ́ ni problem àwọn tó ṣe yẹn.
Olórí Lipede said, even when she wears something that is lacy, she covers herself.
Yeah, we all see her. She does that.
Tí wọ́n sọ pé tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ní beauty ẹ̀ ló wà distracting. Wọ́n ò sọ pé dressing ẹ̀ ló wà distractive.
No.
Can I say something?
Beauty ò ní kankan ṣe àwọn tí wọ́n beautiful rárá pẹ̀lú ẹ̀. Wọ́n harass wọn, wọ́n abuse wọn.
Exactly. Also, before Olori, ẹ má bínú sí mi. Okay. Before you come in, I wanted to say this. I don't want us to gloss over it. When Mama was talking about men, she was talking about mentoring men, helping men to raise boys and all that. That is very key. It's very important. Because when we start from the family, you may say, woman, you have to dress modestly and all that. But let's also not forget to raise boys, the behavior that is appropriate. When I was advocating for domestic violence victims, this was 1999, we had an organization that has this book. The book came out. It was age-appropriate book that they started distributing for kids. This was from Kids Count. They say there is good touch and bad touch. They are educating kids, the boys, the girls, young ones, what you can do with your little friend who is a boy and a girl. Don't let this boy touch you here, there, and there, And boys, you need to comport yourself in such a manner, in such a, all those things we need to start it from the family. Because so goes the family, so goes the street, and so goes the state. Community. Because Boboa form part of the community. Our churches, our mosques, our shrines, if we don't start from there, àwa la fẹ́ lọ leadership, because gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n ti ń ṣe stemming from how they are saying, ọkùnrin ni mí now. No.
Okay.
Olori, ẹ má bínú.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I wanted to say, lawyer already addressed part of what I wanted to say. But it is never the woman's fault. It doesn't matter what we're wearing. It does not matter. Even though I don't support a woman exposing their body in public. I don't, right? And I dress modestly myself. And I raise my daughter to do the same. Having said that, we cannot blame the victim. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
So I wanted to say that charity begins at home. And so the burden is on the parents to educate their kids, to raise their kids to be respectful of the opposite sex, whether you're a boy or a girl. because it goes both ways, even though we know statistically women are more sexually harassed than men. But there are men. I have a friend who is in his 80s who was sexually harassed or actually sexually abused from age 5 by another family member. So it does happen to men too. So having said that, I think the education needs to come from the parents first and then the school system. So if we are educating our kids, I want to say the people who are in government today, whatever their age might be, they might be far gone for redemption, but we still have the little kids who are not corrupted yet. So if we start from that, by the time these kids are grown men, hopefully we will have a better society and better respect for women and better respect for each other's body. Because if you really respect somebody else's body, you will not touch them anyhow without their consent. So parents, guardian, people who are in authority, people who are in charge of kids, it could be daycare, it could be the school system, it could be, vocational place of education, you name it. I think we need to start there. And there has to also be, I don't know if Nigeria has like a leadership program for boys where they are actually grooming and training tomorrow's leadership. This should be something that should be taught in all of this environment. And so I wanted to bring that up. It's not about the girl wearing certain type of clothing. We can't stress that enough. And honestly, we can talk about this topic for 2 days and we will still have a lot to talk about. I want to thank our lawyer and also the professor for your contribution and your insight on this topic. And Yeye for having me on the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olori Likwede. Thank you for everything that you have done to, make us understand this very important topic. Baba Adeboye. Yes, Baba, you are on, sir.
Yes, I'm happy to be able to come back about 3 or 4 times. But the principal thing is that it's been a great day. I want to thank all the contributors, starting with Ms. Likwede, Rolabo, Jaisoyinka, Omagbagan, Yawobadan. All of those people and everybody else that has contributed. Of course, I want to, I don't know how much you will accept what I'm getting ready to say, but among us, I should not be afraid to say it. There will be very many approaches to solving the problem. We shouldn't preclude any one approach. So, by saying that, it's probably in sync with the idea that igi kan ò kì í dágbó ṣe.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
My leader, power concedes nothing. Àwọn èèyàn tí ó lágbára lónìí tí wọ́n dẹ̀ ń lò nílòkulò, wọn ò ní déédéé sọ pé bó tiẹ̀ ti lágbára ẹ̀ tó jẹ́ kí n sọnù. No, they will continue to do it unless they are cross-checked by another force. Ṣé ń gbọ́ ìkẹ́ tí mo sọ? Because ìtura wá ó ní pé tá a bá sọ pé wọ́n fìyà jẹ wá, wọ́n kó wa lẹ́rú, wọ́n ṣe gbá wọn ṣàwo, ǹjẹ́ wo ni wọ́n fi wá lọ́rùn lẹ̀? Wọn ò ní fi yín lọ́rùn lẹ̀ láéláé, ẹ̀yin lẹ máa gbára yín lẹ̀.
Onílé ni ò ní gbà fún.
Àgbàrá òjò sọ pé onílé wó. Onílé ni ò ní gbà fún. Mi ò sọ pé ká má kọ́ àwọn ọkùnrin wa ní beautiful behaviour, etiquette and what have you, how to be decent.
ethos, yeah.
ethos tó jẹ́ pé o nídìí láti mọ sermonize fún wọn, wọ́n mọ ààyè wọn, wọ́n mọ bí wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ lọ. How did we arrive there, and now how did we lose all of that? That's what our obìnrin must get together. Part of my responsibility for being an obìnrin tó lọ sí school tó wà nípò tí obìnrin ò kì í síbẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀. Part of what I should be able to do is to bring other women there. How do I bring them there? Bring them there in such a way that they will be less harassed than I was. In other words, irú organization tí Professor Ajayi Soyinka tó bá wọn dálẹ̀ ní University of Ife. No matter how modest the success of that was, can you imagine if that was established on every campus and that expanded? What we are going to be talking about today is not what we are talking about. It's because, and I don't want to be insulting, we created or we absorbed or we got included in a culture that says, awalama protect obìnrin. Obìnrin náà lè protect ara ẹ̀ as a corporate body. Bá dá gbogbo ẹ̀ lórí àwa tẹ́yà ń jẹ àǹfààní not having women protected. Tẹ̀lé àwa náà la máa ṣe. Ǹjẹ́ wo lẹ rò pé a máa bẹ̀rẹ̀? Ǹjẹ́ wo ni?
Àwọn ẹni tó ń dáràn táwa ní àwọn ni kí á tún fi ṣe ẹni tí ọmọ mú ọ̀daràn.
You're therefore. So principally, I don't want to. Now the other thing, ẹ má jẹ́ kí a gbàgbé. When Madam Dipede said it has nothing to do with what people wear, it has nothing to do with it. It is just wrong. I agree. But ẹ má jẹ́ ká gbàgbé pé that statement that you just made, a percentage of human beings already accept it, but they are not enough. They are not enough, and there is a reason why women dress the way they dress. There is a reason why the dressing they dress seems to attract a segment of men, whether that segment is a majority or minority. If we want to fight the problem, we ought to do research about how far we can go. So, principally, I'm going to say the following and then I shut up. But at the elementary school, there was no problem. Pé kí ọmọkùnrin àti ọmọbìnrin jọ lọ sí school kan náà. They hadn't reached puberty, so they were not, they didn't constitute more danger to one another. And in any case, whatever danger they might have constituted, they were monitored to the nth degree by the school and so on and so forth. But when you have a secondary school, a boarding school, or even if it's not a boarding school, where you have boys and girls together who have now reached puberty, biological challenges, which are not necessarily imperatives, but biological challenges make them do no better than the animal in the wild. So the peacock, there is a reason that it does it, there is a result that it gets from it, from peacock of opposite sex. I'm not justifying anything. I am trying to explain something.
Reality.
So that reality, in the heat of formal laws. I'm not against formal laws, but I'm just saying until formal laws take control of every one of us, we need some other method of raising our children in environments where they are less whatever. If I've offended anybody, forgive me, but that's the way I've looked at things all my life. I wouldn't do to little girls or to girls under me, what I did not want to see done to my sister. Since I was the I was the father figure to my sister because I was the one paying school fees in the high school and all of that stuff. In case me about
Yeah.
That may not have been enough for most men, no, but it was.
Everybody's not like you.
Eh?
Everybody is not like you.
But that's why we want to make sure we don't approach the problem from only one direction.
Yes.
If we agree only on the direction of law, lawyer, your draft, no. Not the church either, not the mosque either, just all directions, because all of those institutions were created by men. By when I say men here, I mean by humans. They have their own faults and their own prejudices. What I want the women to do is to become champion of their own cause. Láàrin wọn ni wọ́n ti decide. Láàrin wọn ni wọ́n ti decide what is not modest or what is too distractive. Now, there is one thing that I didn't want to forget, and that's inferiority complex. Àwọn tó sọ pé Natasha beauty rẹ̀ ló ń distract wọn, I mean, wọ́n pa mí lẹ́kún in the following sense. Because beauty tí àwọn ọkùnrin wa nílé máa ń describe as beauty, nǹkan tó bá ti súnmọ́ tó òyìnbó jù ni. Kì í ṣe pé àwọn yòókù náà pé wọn ò ní rí beauty níwọ̀nba ní ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn yòókù, bọ́ ó ṣe lè jẹ́ pé beauty Natasha, the way they isolated it, is going to be more important than beauty Dupe, or I mean my sister. But I'm just saying, there are a number of diseases in our society that we must address too. Not address this sexual harassment in absolute isolation because it is a function of several variables. The mathematician in me may be coming out. It's a function of several variables. And if you leave some important variables unaddressed, you are not going to solve the problem.
Ẹ ṣeun bàbá, àdúpẹ́. Thank you bàbá, thank you so much. Ọ̀túnba ìṣẹ́jú kan torí ó ti yẹ ká kúrò níbí ní 1 hour 15 minutes ago.
Èmi tiẹ̀ mo ní another Zoom ní 7 o'clock. Ebi dẹ̀ ti ń pa mí.
7 dẹ̀ ti kọjá.
No, 7 tiwa is now 6:15. So
Okay.
6:30. Láti kó gbá wọlé.
Kò tí ẹ̀ ní tó 6:30 torí mi gan láti
Mama
kó gbá
Yusuf,
wọlé báyìí.
ṣé mọ̀ pé 2 hours péré ni wọ́n fún mi.
Ẹ ti lo gbogbo time tán ẹ̀yin tens gbogbo ẹ̀yin mú mi tens sọ.
Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ pé ńgbà
Bàbá Ìbàdàn ti wá yọjú o.
Ẹ dákun ẹ má bínú. Tọ́pìkì tí ẹ dákun wọ́n á foríjì mí, èmi náà ni mo tó bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọ̀túnba ìṣẹ́jú àbọ̀ ìṣẹ́jú torí mo fẹ́ dágbére.
I just want to thank everybody, àgàgà on guest speaker as well. Adúpẹ́ lọ́yìn. Now, Alàgbà Abbas said one thing which I want to associate with. Ìpè amókun lọ́rọ̀ tó wà lẹ́yìn. Òkèlè ń wo ẹ̀wò sálẹ̀. 95% of problem gbogbo nǹkan tá a kálẹ̀ yìí got to do with bá a ṣe ń ṣera wa ní Nàìjíríà. And I said in my very small opening pé if we don't have an institution tó wà solid, tó wà robust, àwọn kankan wà everybody máa get away pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ ni. Èmi gan láwọn ọ̀rẹ́ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn tẹ̀ máa sọ yẹn pé tó bá lóò ṣe kankan ní university lecturers ni wọ́n, they're my colleagues, kò sí tó fẹ́ ṣe. Àwọn míì because àwọn ọmọ yín gangan èmi ò ní wá sí school, èmi àti rely lórí pé Dr. Lágbájá ń ṣe bákan bákan. So it's very sad to even think things like that should happen. And like I said, poverty is a substantial part of our problem.
It's a substantial part.
It's a substantial part of our problem. And until when we deal with our little things, gẹ́gẹ́ bí Prof ṣe sọ, our little things not composed, not do dindi, not di rẹpẹtẹ, wọn lọ́wọ́. And irú rule of law tó yẹ kó ń govern, èèyàn lè wá fẹjọ́ vice chancellor sùn pé vice chancellor yíyọ̀ òun lẹ́nu kó yẹ pé the same vice chancellor náà ló máa constitute committee.
Fẹjọ́ ọ̀kàlọ̀kà nìyẹn.
Gbogbo irú the case in point is Akpabio. Why will Akpabio want to be the tó ń lo gavel tó kàn tó ń ṣe bíi pé àrírú ẹ̀rí? And I'm sure it's also in the rule of governance, even though he represents a distinctive third arm of government, but at the same time does not mean that he's allowed to just make or break or do any rubbish and nonsense. Again,
bàbá wa ló múlẹ̀, má gbà pé bàbá wa ló múlẹ̀ o pé ò ní.
yes, another political terms that I don't want to discuss with you. Alagbabas, come on my TikTok. Come on my TikTok on Friday to come and discuss it.
Thank you so much.
Alhaji Abbas, bàbá ẹ̀yin mélòó? Àmọ́ bí tẹ́ dìbò sí o.
Bí òwe làálùlù àgídìgbò èmi mọ́mọ́ bí tí mo bàbá tèmi.
Mo ti ní kọ́ wá pàdé mi lórí TikTok
Mo
níjọ́
mọ ẹni tó
Friday.
jẹ́ bàbá tèmi.
Ẹ ṣeun o. Thank you everybody for what we have been able to do today. This is a challenge to the 3 women. And I will make myself number 4. What we have done today. I don't think there is any organization, there is any non-for-profit that address the issue of women's harassment. I know harassment is general, but we have been able to establish that it's more with women than men. And we have also been able to confirm that women are the one that cannot come out. So this woman, Natasha, she's extraordinary. So I want us to have an opportunity to be able to move forward on this discussion. I mean the 4 of us only. Like Yoruba will say. Because probably there are things that we can say by ourselves that we won't be able to say when like this. Yeye Omo Folabo Ajayi-Soyinka, I know that your hands are full, but kò tí ì tán náà ni ó tún kù níbọn ró. I will be talking to you later. And Yáàfin Tinú Akínsọ́lá, anyway, Ìbàdàn ló ní Láwẹ́. So yes, and Olórí
Ìbàdàn ló Láwẹ́.
Ìbàdàn ló Láwẹ́.
Ìbàdàn.
Ìbàdàn gbogbo Ọ̀yọ́ pátá wa la ní.
Gàngán ló ní Ìbàdàn tó Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́. Èyí náà tó ń tiwa.
Yeah, and Yeye Omo Folabo Ajayi-Soyinka is my very good big sister. She has never said no to me. But kèwá ṣe pé kẹwàá lọ́mọ bá wọn lẹ́yìn o torí pé mo ní wọn sọ no sí mi rí o. So thank you so much everybody for today. Yoruba Gbode class still goes on. If your child is not speaking Yoruba, kò sí ayọ̀ níbẹ̀. And if your child is not, please worry about the grandchild. Maybe the grandchild will come around and teach mommy and daddy, and then it will be your credit. Please call me. Let's talk about registration for Yoruba class for the children. Otukuni Banro, our people who pledge to help. Ilé onílé la ṣì ń lò lórí Yoruba Gbode, àwọn kí ni a ti ń pè àwọn ará oní Zoom wọ́n ṣe bí wọ́n ó ti ṣe, a sì ń yálé lò ní. I'm taking this opportunity to thank Interfaith for allowing us to continue to use their place, their space. But every other person, those of you, our daddy, our mommy that have pledged to help us financially, please don't forget us. Ọlọ́run ní gbàgbé ẹ̀yin náà o láṣẹ Ọlọ́run. And donation, we constantly need donation. Please don't forget. The only way you can donate right now with the way things are going is through Zelle, and it's through sholayorubagbode@gmail.com. That's the only thing that works for now. So next week we are going to bring another exciting topic. Please call me and tell me what you want to hear on Yoruba Gbode. Tell me what you want us to discuss on Yoruba Gbode. Alhaja Adenike Ìrọ̀lẹ́ Olúwa ẹ káàbọ̀, ṣé dáadáa lẹ dé o. ẹ káàbọ̀ o ẹ tún lọ mí o àìbòrùn àti ìfìlà àti gbogbo ẹ̀ àti àkàrà mọ́kà tẹ́ bá mú bọ̀ àti adìẹ mọ́kà tó ga báyìí Ọlọ́run ó jẹ́ kẹ́ tún lọ mí o láṣẹ Elédùmarè. So oníyàn ṣe ọlọ́bẹ̀ ṣe ẹ̀yin tẹ́ jẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ àìbínú mo dúpẹ́.
Alájà wọ́n níjọ́ ọ̀lẹ́ máa gbé Natasha wá sórí Yorùbá Gbòde.
Mo mọ̀ ímeèlì rẹ̀ seriously ẹ ṣe bí mo ń ṣeré ni mo ímeèlì rẹ̀ kò tí ì reply.
Ìjọ tó bá lè sọ Yorùbá la máa gbé wá.
Kò ní kò sọ Yorùbá àwa gangan sọ Yorùbá púpọ̀ ní ìmọ̀nà.
Sọ Yorùbá lónìí.
Ìbìrà la máa sọ rọ ń sọ ìbìrà.
I'm seriously working on it. I sent an email I think on Thursday or Wednesday.
Àwọn àgbọ̀ gbéra dámi da bàbá mi ti dé ẹ má wọrí.
Adájọ́ ní kó má sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́.
Ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Méjèèjì má sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́.
Wọ́n ní ká má sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́.
Ẹ jẹ́ n tètè máa lọ. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank Olotu for this stimulating topic. We need it. And yes, I think it's a wonderful idea. It's been wonderful to be on the same panel with lawyer, my dear sister Akinshola Tinu Oloruko.
Your daughter.
And Olori Modupe Lipede Shagbawa. So thank you very much. Stimulating topic.
Ẹgbà wà bí Àwórì.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Kì í ṣẹ̀gbà Àwórì ṣá.
Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹgbà Abẹ́òkúta.
Ìgbẹ̀yìn.
Ẹ ṣeun. Thank you so much. So this is where we are going to draw the curtain. I'm very grateful to our Moye, our lecturers, our Koyekogbo audience. My name is Shola Yusuf. Obìnrin gbọ̀ngbọ̀ngbọ̀n bí ẹni tẹ̀pá òjé àìtó ní bá gbé ká má tó ní bá wí. Ọmọ wọn nílé Olú Òkun nìbàdàn nílé Olúyọ̀lé. Ẹni tó fúnni lówó kò fẹ́ kébi ó pani. Ẹni tó fúnni nímọ̀ kò fẹ́ ká rìn lókun àìnímọ̀. Ẹni tó fúnni lọ́mọ kò fẹ́ ká jàjẹrun bí iṣu. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yèyé mi o, Egbinọlá Adékúnbí, àtúwá ẹ̀dú tó kọ́ mi láṣà mo jèrè àṣà. Ire ní mògùn ará alágbẹ̀dẹ ibi tó bá wà.
Ilẹ̀ rẹ̀ ni o.
Èwo ó ní kàn.
Níbàdàn níbi tó lè ti ń jàre olórun. Níbàdàn níbi tó lè ti ń jàre olórun.
Ẹ ṣe wo ẹ̀yin náà ní tó sọ.
Wọ́n náà ṣe gbẹ́rù ẹ síbẹ̀ o.
Olórin
Nípẹ̀dé, please.
Give your number to Mama Yusuf so you are.
Bàbá tún jí kalẹ̀ jáyé àwọn
told me you wanted the number. I told her to give it to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to send it.
Please.
Anika fílẹ̀ fún yín ni.
Ó dáa ẹ ṣé.
Olúwa ṣeun.
Mama Yusuf, èmi ni mo pàtẹ́wọ́ lógo.
Alájà.
Lọ ẹ̀nà tó ń fẹ́ ẹ̀nà sọ̀rọ̀.
Alájà.
Oh.
Ẹnìkan sọ lórí kinní lórí chat wọ́n ní gèlè yìí wọ́n náà ń pè ní aláfẹ́fẹ́ àbí kí náà ń pè é.
Alábẹ̀bẹ̀.
Sábẹ́ alábẹ̀bẹ̀ ṣé lóòótọ́ ni.
Ẹ jẹ́ lọ bèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹni tó wé pé kí ni wọ́n ń pè tó wé yìí.
Tẹ bá ti sọ pé kì í ṣe tulẹ̀ yìí.
Ilẹ̀ ikọ́.
Èṣù tilẹ̀.
What's too late?
Èṣù tilẹ̀. Kò ní rẹ̀ wá o. Ní gbé sọnù bí ó ṣe bí ọmọ láṣẹ Ọlọ́run.
Mo kí gbogbo àwọn gbogbo ṣọ̀ṣọ́ o.
Oversight role in political ethics.
Ọlọ́run ló yọ Mr. Adédúnjì. Wọ́n ti fẹ́ lù ú jọ yẹn ní school tó rò pé bóyá òun ló lọ.
Ọlọ́run ló yọ mí o. Tọ́ọ̀nà mi lọ́gùn.
School bó náà ti fẹ́ náà yìí.
Lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ni.
Mistake identity yóò ti wà lọ́ra.
Lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ni. Èmi tí mi ò dẹ̀ mọ ju àmọ́lá àti pẹ̀kì.
Ó ti Ìbàdàn lọ sẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Ó ti Ìbàdàn lọ sẹ́kọ̀ọ́.
Au revoir.
Ẹ̀yin iṣẹ́ tó lọ sóde tí wọ́n ju àgbẹ̀ kọlù.
Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kí n jẹ́ ìyá oníyàwó.